morning and a very warm welcome to our chief guest, Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus, Assistant Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, Director, Amity Business School, our panelists for the day, presenters, attendees, my faculty colleagues, and research scholars. I, Dr. Komal Malik, on behalf of the entire Amity Business School and Marketing and HR Forum, solicit your presence to our 2 days national conference on e-governance, empowering citizens and organizations for nation building. Digital India, the national portal of India, the Prime Minister of India's portal, Aadhaar, online tax filing and payment, digital land management systems, e-payments, e-learning platforms, all reflect our new transformed India. The last few years have seen some massive explosion in information technology the world over. The confluence of electronics and telecommunications has opened new vistas of transmission, storage, and retrieval of information as never before. The application of this information technology for delivering government services, exchange of information, and communication transactions is e-governance. E-governance in India has steadily evolved from computerization of government departments to initiatives such as citizen centricity, as well as organizations, service orientation, and transparency. E-governance initiatives have played an important role in shaping the progressive strategy of our country. By providing access to information, integration of various systems and services between government and citizens, it is empowering and enhancing citizens' social, environment, and economic values like never before. This conference provides a platform to discuss, exchange views, share our experiences, thoughts, and researches related to various e-government initiatives. We dream of a digital India where knowledge is strength and empowers the people, and e-governance is an essential part of our dream of a digital India. With this vision and thought in our mind, we commence with our 2 days national conference with the lighting of the lamp and Saraswati Vandana.
हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। तू स्वर की देवी है, संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे। तू स्वर की देवी है, संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे। हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, तेरी शरण में हमें प्यार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। मुनियों ने समझी है, गुणियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा, पुराणों की वाणी। मुनियों ने समझी है, गुणियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा, पुराणों की वाणी। हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो जाने, विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ।
Now, may I please request Director, Amity Business School and Amity Institute of Liberal Arts to please address the gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Komal. Very good morning to all. And it is with the kind blessings of the Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor Sir, our very dynamic and visionary Chairman, Dr. Asim Chauhan, and under the guidance of respected Vice Chancellor, Balvinder Shukla Ma'am, the very invaluable support and guidance of Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. Sunil Dhaneshwar. It is my privilege and honor to welcome all the delegates, participants, and my fellow academicians to this two-day national level conference, where we are going to be deliberating on the various dimensions of e-governance and the numerous issues it is facing at the present, and how best to prepare for the challenges of the future. Let me make a special welcome note for our chief guest of the inaugural session of this two-day national seminar. It is an honor to have you, Shri Hiralalji, amongst us. You have kindly agreed to honor us with your precious time and thoughts and would be delivering the keynote address as well. Welcome you, sir. E-governance is the power to empower, is the way I look at it. To what extent have we been able to do this successfully? And what are the challenges which are yet to be resolved? How best to plan proactively based on our learnings and the uniqueness of our country with its huge population, and to ensure that the playing field is level, transparent in dealings, and yet ensure egalitarian and inclusive growth. With this, I once again extend a very warm welcome to all the participants and look forward to some very productive and insightful deliberations and a productive, implementable outcome over the next 2 days. It is with this wish in my heart and the hard work of my entire team that I welcome you to this two-day national conference, and let us make it meaningful and not just at any two-day activity is my humble request to all the participants. Feel free to share your thoughts, deliberate with an open mind, and wish you all the very best. Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Komal.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request our Area Head Marketing, Dr. Shailja Dikshit ma'am, to introduce our audience to the theme of the conference. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Komal Malik. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this two-day national conference on e-governance, empowering citizens and organizations for nation building, organized by Amity Business School, Amity University, Lucknow campus. During the pandemic, digital tools and solutions came in handy. It helped people to interact with the government and various departments and vice versa. And so in a post-pandemic world, elements of these are going to stay, allowing the government to citizen transactions continued unhindered. This emphasizes the importance and timeliness to conduct a conference on e-governance to enlighten everyone on this subject. We all agree that Digital India mission, coupled with COVID effect, has acted as a catalyst and pushed into a paperless world, enhancing efficiency, effectiveness, transparency, accountability in entire activities that we perform. And thus it enhances the focus on process, people, technology, and resources, which are the pillars of e-governance. In higher education institutes also, and in the new education policy, a lot of emphasis has been given on the online MHRD and AICT initiatives, like the Swayam, which is an Indian electronic platform which offers courses from higher school stage to post-graduation stage, MOOC, the massive online learning platform, KYCP, which is Know Your College Portal, CBCS, which enhances the learning among the students to take courses of their choice and learn at their pace. NIRF, National Institutional Ranking Framework, NAC, to name a few. Thus ensuring the presence of technology not only in learning, but in other academic processes also. Not only this, while we are teaching the management in the classes, it becomes imperative to teach about the external environment, and which mandates the discussion about the ecosystem of our country, functioning of the businesses, and the well-being of the society. Thus, the understanding of the subject holds equal importance for a student as a citizen and also as a budding entrepreneur. As the name of the conference suggests, the conference was conceived with the idea to enlighten all the participants on the role and relevance of e-governance in empowering the citizens and the organizations. Though we all are directly or indirectly getting benefits from the existing e-governance policies, cognizance was needed to further enhance the understanding on the various arms of national, state, and local government initiatives. There are two main themes of the conference: e-governance for empowering the citizens and e-governance for the organization. I'm happy to share that we received an overwhelming response on this innovative themes from the researchers, academicians, and organizations pan-India. In this two-day conference, we have 2 panel discussions and 4 technical sessions where researchers from various corners of the India will discuss their innovative thoughts and ideas. I'm elated to share that the government officials, the policymakers themselves, most humbly accepted our request and are part of this important conference. The conference will be inaugurated by Dr. Haira Lal, IAS Advisor, Model Gown, Additional Mission Director, UP National Health Mission, Uttar Pradesh, India. His vast experience on the subject will definitely give us new insight. The first panel discussion will be on the theme, Digital Interdependence on Economic Growth Issues and Challenges. The notable panelists in this session are Mr. Alok Ranjan, retired IAS, ex-Chief Advisor to Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Ms. Sangeeta Singh, IAS, CEO, State Agency for Comprehensive Health Mission, Dr. Niaz Ahmed, Associate Director, Government Advisory, KPMG, and Mr. A.K. Srivastav, IRTS, retired Vice Chairman, Railways, Claims and Tribunals. The panel discussion will be followed by two technical sessions which will be held post-lunch. The second day of the conference will start with two technical sessions, which will be followed by second panel discussion on the topic ramification of digital working, a double-edged sword. This session will focus more on the social and the organizational issues. This will be followed by the valedictory address. The conference would discuss universalization of public services, emerging technologies, ease of living through technology intervention for good governance and government processes, re-engineering, and citizen participation in government processes. I am sure with the presence of galaxy of policymakers, academicians, and researchers, we shall be able to achieve the objective of this conference. Before I sign off, I would like to mention that at each step of conceiving and designing of this conference, a dear and respected Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Dr. Sunil Dhaneshwar Sir, our HOI Sir, Professor Dr. Rohit Kushwaha Sir, were a constant source of motivation and inspiration. The dedicated faculty members from HR and stream worked as a strong team during the entire process, along with the support of Dr. Archana Sharma, the convener of the conference. With this, I just have to say happy learning for the next 2 days. Thank you all. Over to you, Dr. Malik.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I now welcome our Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus, Professor Dr. Sunil Dhaneshwar Sir, an experienced Dean of Academic Affairs with a demonstrated history of working in the pharmaceuticals industry. Sir is also skilled in PLC, drug delivery, IR, pharmaceuticals, and drug discovery. I humbly request, sir, to please share your blessings.
A very good morning to the chief guest, Dr. Hiralal ji, Director of ABS, Dr. Rohit Kushwaha, Director IBAS, Professor Zaidi, my other colleagues, faculty of ABS, ILA, students and the participants. It indeed is a very, very important topic on which this particular conference is being organized by ABS, and so my sincere congratulations to the organizing team and Dr. Rohit Kushwaha for thinking of this theme and then hosting this conference. I have seen the names of the speakers and the panelists, and I am highly impressed that they have invited government officials, senior IAS officers who are actually part of this e-governance being implemented by the central government and the state governments. When internet came to India, the next big thing was what or in what way or how this can be used to facilitate the different services to the citizens. I distinctly remember in 2012 when I was in UAE on a assignment. I was very surprised to find that just with the mobile number, you could achieve access any facility and service that the government had implemented. And I was so wondering that such a small country like UAE, how best they have used the technology. And I was very hopeful that soon it should come in India also. And today what we see that e-governance has been very successfully implemented by both the central government and the state governments. And I think during this Corona period, the e-governance was a boon in disguise. The two apps that the government launched, the Arogya Setu and the COVID app, we all know that how beautifully it helped us in registering ourselves for getting the vaccination, getting the certificate of vaccination. Likewise, now you have so many services where just by downloading the app or accessing the website of that department, you can access the services which are available to the citizens. It is a very big and positive thing and positive change that has happened in India. Yesterday only I was reading in the newspaper that starting from 1st July, Indian Railways is discontinuing the use of hard tickets or hard copy tickets of passengers. All what you will get is a e-ticket on your mobile. Look at the convenience and the speed with which the service is delivered. We have in Uttar Pradesh, we have a group of all private universities created by the Uttar Pradesh Higher Education Council. Deputy CM Shri Dinesh Chandraji Sharma, when he was Deputy CM, he was also a member of that group, and all information related to the government orders was put up on those in that WhatsApp group, and immediately we used to get the information, what is to be done, what new information is to be submitted to the government, and so on and so forth. So the speed with which the service can be delivered, the speed with which the orders can be executed, everything is so amazing that in coming days, e-governance is going to be a big benefit to the citizens of this country. And I am therefore very happy that the ABS organizing team thought of this very important theme for the conference. And I am very sure that the discussions and deliberations during this conference will be very useful. And maybe if they are able to issue a white paper on the e-governance or how it can be still further improved. We have Hiralalji with us, we have other IAS officers with us. With the help of them, if that can be done, I think that will be a very positive contribution to the society, to the government, and to this e-governance concept. I wish all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now take the privilege to welcome our guest speaker for the day, Dr. Hira Lal sir. Dr. Hira Lal sir, an IAS officer who is currently serving as the Additional Mission Director, National Health Mission, Uttar Pradesh, and Additional Project Director, UP State AIDS Control Society in the government of Uttar Pradesh. Sir has more than 27 years of experience in public service. He has served at various government positions as SDM, ADM, DM, and Special Secretary with APC branch. Apart from this, he has also served as MD, UP Small Industries Corporation and UP DESCO. Sir has undertaken an array of innovative initiatives in the field of water, agriculture, and social entrepreneurship. Sir is now promoting rural growth and development through Model Gaon program initiatives. He has received many awards for his innovative work. His water initiative was listed in the Limca Book of World Records. Sir has also authored a very famous book, Dynamic TM. Sir is having outstanding record for successfully running administration in different positions and locations using IT-enabled services for providing good governance to public. It is our honor to have you with us today, sir, and I humbly request you to please address the gathering with your knowledge and wisdom.
Okay, thank you. First of all, at the very outset, I would like to thank the MIT University team for inviting me to speak on this event. So I was going through the topic, the empowering citizens and organizations. This is your topic for 2 days. So in advance, good luck, all the best. And my question was with the Archana, Professor Archana ji, why you are not doing it physically, why you are doing it online? Because we are fed up with the online things, because we are habitual to the offline. So she told me mostly participants opted for the online anyway. So empowering citizens and organizations for nation building. This is your topic. So first question, one more thing, you people are Guruji, I'm Chela, still I'm Chela. I am doing delete now. So not only I'm saying Chela, I am Chela. I am doing delete currently with the Ayodhya University. So certified Chela I am right now still. Anyway, so empowering citizens and organization through e-governance. Why we are empowering? What is our purpose? What is our end aim? What is to create a welfare society? To do that, we need governance. We need governance. And there are 3 seats which are expected to do governance: PM, CM, and DM. PM, you all know, CM, you all know, and DM. And the smallest unit of the governance in our society is the family. Our family is the smallest unit of the society. So governance is everywhere. What is our motto? Why we are doing e-governance? What is the motto? To add good word before governance in order to get good governance. And so our aim is to convert governance into good governance. And one more term is in the picture, that is the smart governance. Governance to good governance and good governance to smart governance. So one thing, my PhD topic was this one, role of ICT in achieving good governance. Recently, last year, I completed my PhD. So I tried to find out, basically I am an engineering background person. I'm BTech, MTech, and I did my Master of Public Administration from USA. So governance and this all outside subjects I do not know. I am a practitioner. I'm not having any theoretical knowledge. So I started searching the definition of the governance. Frankly speaking, as per my own knowledge, there is no exact and widely accepted single definition of the governance. Governance definition keeps on changing as per situation, time, and depend on the different variables. Okay. Likewise, how you will define the good governance? Because we're empowering citizens and organizations for nation building through e-governance. So our aim is to achieve the good governance, convert the governance into good governance through E. E means electronic, but E means easy governance. Easy governance, economical governance. Easy governance means which can be done very easily. That is the role of E. That's why we are going from offline to online. One thing, and economical means time-wise economical, cost-wise economical, or easy process-wise economical. So anybody, learned or illiterate, can do the things. So this thing, how you will evaluate the governance and good governance. During my PhD, I searched the definition. I tried to find out what are the characteristics and criteria to evaluate the governance for the good governance. So this is the paper. It is a 2-page paper, 2-page, just hardly 2-page. Okay. This paper is widely accepted. United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. What is good governance? They have given 8 characteristics, and I am sure most of the people do not know this, because as per my experience, I'm not challenging anyone. Most of people might be knowing. The first criteria is participation. Second is rule of law, transparency. Fourth one is responsiveness, conscious oriented, equity and inclusiveness, effectiveness and efficiency, accountability. These are the 8 characteristics. When we do anything in our family, which is the small unit of the governance, all these characteristics should be increased. All should be included, must be accountable. We should do the things without violating any rule of law, even in the family also. So on these 8 criteria, we will have to promote our e-governance. Then we will get e-good governance. Otherwise, what you will get? We will get e-governance only. What you have written? You have written e-governance. What is my aim? My aim is to get e-good governance. So we will have to improve all these 8 characteristics. One thing. Second thing, conclusion is that no doubt e-governance has given too much power who are having no power. Day before yesterday, I was in Delhi to take part in an event, and at airport I purchased this book. This is very relevant book for this conference. This book name is Blooming Digital Stars, written by Harsh Pamnani and Manish Pandey. Okay, they have taken 11 persons who started from zero, and they are now so having vast social capital and economical capital with the help of this e-governance. So this is a live example. This book having chosen big 11 persons who have used the electronic power to become big social, to have big social capital and economic capital. One more thing I would like to mention. I was reading this brochure 4-5 page. So e-governance, to provide objective of the conference, to provide a platform to experts, academicians and researchers for presenting their innovative and constructive ideas. One thing, if you permit me, I would like to give you some value addition. One sector has been left. Practitioner, you have not given space in this one. Practitioner, and that is a great lacuna in our whole system. Why I am saying this? I am not saying this. I have read a news. There is a right now Dean Harvard Business School, Sri Kant Datta. Okay, so he was awarded Padam Shri, and he gave an interview to Times of India on 9th November 2021. I would like to request you all, please read this. Please read this interview. One topic of the headline of this interview was one cannot diverse business and society. The theme of the crux of this interview was that when we do theory, we discard practical. When we do practical, we discard theory. So he is going to design a new course for which he had set up a task force that practice and theory go hand in hand together. In America, for example, there is a Ram Saran Verma in there is a Ram Saran Burma in your Barabanki, and he is eighth class fail, and he is having all awards, Padam Shri and all, and he is very famous guy. Even people with agri business, people doing agri business research, PhD, they go to him to study with him. He is not PhD. He is eighth class fail. PhD who is doing PhD in agri business, they are going there. Okay, so to learn from them. So he is a PhD in practice. He is a PhD in practice, not PhD in the theory. So what I am saying and taking clue from the Srikant Dattarji, that we should design the thing so that PhD practitioner or PhD theory work together. Then we will be able to produce what? Job provider, not a job seeker. Since we are working separately, that's why we are producing job seeker only. So this thing I wanted to mention over here. Second thing, one more thing. There is no perfect positive, no perfect negative. Both come together. Our purpose is that we should reduce the negative effect and increase the positive effect. So right now, this is the right time that we should discuss precautions and cautions also. For example, cyber security is in picture. We are doing so many work, but what is the ill effect of your e-governance, how it is harming, what are the negative things? We are not discussing this. So I would like that there is no 100% positive, no 100% negative. So we must also include a para on caution and precaution to point out the negative effects of the e-governance. Otherwise, after 10 years or 12 years, we will be like the climatic change. We will be trapped like the climatic harm effects. Okay. So these are the points which I wish to speak upon. One more thing is startup. Startup is a very potential area for our students. We must promote during their education, whether they are in BSc or MSc or whatever course they are doing. They do have their own, everybody have their own interest. As per their own interest, we can promote this passion, this hobby, to create a entrepreneurship in them. That will be a value addition along with the degree of certificate after completion of degree. So these are a few points. I'm not going into the details. There are so many things. Already we have done so many things to convert our offline education or offline process, offline service delivery to convert into online. There are so many problems also, and we are removing that problem one after another. So it will take time. Already we have covered too much, and what is left we will cover very soon, because now our focus is the village. As regards my work, I'm a good example of using e-governance to do the good work. I'm an IS officer. I'm posted in medical department, but I'm running a project named Model Gaon, and we are running this project with the help of e-governance. We are sitting in Lucknow. I am doing all the things and we are connecting people all around India, all around UP, to tell them how to convert their villages into smart villages. One thing. And second thing, I have written a book, Dynamic DM, as mentioned by the Professor Malik. I would like to request you. This book tells about how to manage social affairs. Philip Kotler is a very famous professor who has written many books on the social management things. I'm a social manager. not a commercial manager. And there is a overlap between social management and commercial management. So I would request if we can have a book reading discussion physically in your university on this book, then I would like to explain how as a social manager I have created many good results, amazing results. For example, in last Lok Sabha election, I increased the voting percentage by more than 10% in the 50 degrees Celsius in Bada, in Hearts. I have increased the crop productivity by 10.5%, something like that. So if you will give this opportunity, I will share my experience with your students physically in your campus. So this is in brief, and I would like to hear more from you people to learn and to increase my knowledge. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, we have a question in the chat box. Sir, from your point of view, are we all not practitioners in some or the other way? Sir, your opinion on this, please.
Yes, we are all practitioners, but mentally we are not mixing theory and practical. For example, I am a practitioner, but all along I am a student also. After coming into the job, I did my MPA. Okay, after that I did my PhD. After that I am doing my DLED. So I am practicing also as well as doing theory also. This approach should be done by all. Okay, but if you see, maximum IS officers are only practitioners, they are not doing any theory. So that was my point which I wanted to mention.
Okay, sir. Sir, a few more minutes, please. What according to you are the challenges that are faced as an administrative officer to implement e-governance at the grassroots level? And sir, how do we increase its efficiency?
Actually, that is the mindset change. Yes, social, what is required? Yes, BCC, okay. Social behavioral change communication, and you might be knowing it took time, but mostly people do have this mobile number and internet connection, and they are exchanging information or they are taking benefits of the government services through this e-governance. And to do this, already we do have 2 common service centers as a facilitator in each village. So naturally, this is a cultural change and it takes time, and it took in this also. But Corona has accelerated this because we got to know the benefit of the e-governance during the Corona.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, just one last question. Sir, can you elaborate on the process of Model Gaon that you are working on? If you could just give us...
Actually, Model Gaon is nothing but I am implementing, I am realizing the dreams of Mahatma Gandhi. What was the concept of regarding the village by the Mahatma Gandhi? Republic village. And Pura was a scheme launched by the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Azad Sahab. Okay, Pura, providing urban amenity to rural areas. There is a book, and I would like to request, please read that book. Okay, so I am realizing the on ground Pura and Republic village, we are trying to implement it. How? Through social behavioral change communication. We are not going to give anything to anybody, only we are changing their mindset. Because in water, I used to say a proverb कि मैं लोगों के दिल दिमाग में कुआं तालाब नदी खोदना चाहता हूँ. जब मैं बांदा में पानी का वो चला रहा था, तो मैं कहता था मैं लोगों के दिल दिमाग और सोच में कुआं तालाब खोदना चाहता हूं. मौके पर कुआं तालाब नदी खुदे ना खुदे ये मेरे लिए माने नहीं रखता, लेकिन यहाँ सोच में खुद जाए. एक बार यहाँ घुस गया ना बॉडी में, सोच में, तो कुआं तालाब बन जाएगा. तो दैट इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर एवरीथिंग थ्रू पब्लिक पार्टिसिपेशन.
Sir, are there any challenges that you are facing, any kind of roadblocks in the integration of this process?
If you do not have any challenge, you can't do anything. If you do not have challenge, you can't do anything. So if you do not have challenge, create challenge. I used to do. If I do not have enemy in the districts, I used to create enemy in the district, because that enemy will keep you alert to not do wrong things.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for sharing the importance of good governance, the importance of practitioners, and sir, telling us about the characteristics of governance also, which we were not aware of. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your valuable time and being with us. And I'm sure we have all benefited from the insights that have been shared by you. Thank you so much, sir, once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just a word, if I may. Dr. Hiralal, we would be delighted to have your book reading function here once our students are back. So we'll work out something, because these are things I think the younger generation must be exposed to definitely. We as well would be benefited. So we'll work on that, and maybe something will work out soon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I request all the dignitaries to please stay connected for a few minutes, because we are taking the next session is on the panelists discussion, and the panelists would be taking a few minutes to join in. So I request all of you to please stay connected.
I think it may take about 10 minutes for them to join.
Yes, sir.
Right.
10
Fair
to 15
enough.
minutes. Yes.
Alok sir, can you hear us?
Good morning, and thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. And you have been here to Amity many times.
I have been, yes, I have been.
And in Amiphoria, the big function, you were the chief guest. And today again, we have the privilege to
Thank you so
have
much.
you here. Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you, sir. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
I think that all have joined.
So
Yes,
with
ma'am.
Rohit sir's permission, we can start.
Yes, Dr. Komal.
Absolutely. And a very good morning, very warm good morning to all of us who are here present on this forum. On behalf of the Amity Business School, I would like to take the privilege of welcoming our esteemed panelists. Alok Ranjanji, we also are alumni of the same college. So
Thank you. That's very nice. Great.
it's a privilege to have you here, sir. Ms. Sangeeta Singh, glad that you could spare the time, ma'am. Thank you for being here with us. Dr. Niaz Ahmed, wonderful to have you as a panelist. I'm sure you'll bring a different flavor to our discussions today. And of course, Dr. Srivastava, we spoke yesterday evening, and who's kindly consented to be a co-host as a moderator with me. Dr. Komal Malik, may I request you to please briefly introduce our panelists to the audience. I'm aware about their backgrounds, but the audiences must be, so that then we can have a more fruitful interaction. Over to you, Dr.
Yes.
Komal. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you, sir. So moving forward with the panel discussion, I, Dr. Komal Malik, on behalf of the Amity Business School, once again take the honor and privilege of welcoming our panelists for the day. The topic for our panel discussion is digital interdependence for economic growth, issues and challenges. I now take the honor of introducing our dignitaries. We have with us Mr. Alok Ranjan sir, IAS retired and ex-chief advisor to Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh and chairman of UPSIDC. As an administrator, sir has over 38 years of experience. He is a thought-provoking author and a distinguished public speaker. An established leader, sir has an extensive experience of administration cutting across a wide variety of sectors concerned with economics, finance, industrial governance, and others. Authors of 2 books, he is also known for sharing his views and perceptions through articles and columns published in leading national publications. Sir is an IIM Ahmedabad alumnus who is also has a great knowledge about public policies and management. On behalf of the entire Amity Business School, I welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Our second panelist for the day is Dr. Niaz Ahmed, sir. Dr. Niaz Ahmed is Associate Director, Government Advisory with KPMG India. Prior to this, Sir has worked with Ernst & Young, ICICI Bank, and ITC Seneca. Sir is having over 18 years of experience in consulting, agri-banking, international banking, policy advocacy, investment promotion, food and agri consulting. His expertise include project management, entrepreneurship, mobilization and development, organic farming, transactional advisory, scheme designing, cluster development, rural development, and livelihood promotion, creation of micro enterprises, agri-infrastructure, to name a few. Sir has worked with the government of Andhra Pradesh, Haryana, Bihar, and Jharkhand, and central government on various transformational projects. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
We also have the honor of having with us today Ms. Sangeeta Singh, who is currently serving as the Chief Executive Officer for State Agency for Comprehensive Health and Integrated Services, responsible for implementing the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana in the state. Ma'am joined the State Administrative Services in the year 1994. She has served in departments like Revenue, Food and Civil Supplies, Renewable Energy, Health, Stamps, and Registration. Ma'am was inducted in the Indian Administrative Services in the year 2009 and has been actively serving since then. She has also served as a district magistrate for one of the districts in the state, Albete, and implemented the state schemes successfully. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. For some reason, the camera is not working, so I'll try to get the video on again. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. I also take the honor of welcoming Mr. A.K. Srivastav, sir. Sir joined civil services in 1982, worked in various capacities in railways, and superannuated as vice chairman. Railway Claims Tribunal, Lucknow in 2019. His interest areas includes supply chain, transport sector, and governance related issues. Sir is a keen heritage enthusiast and authored a book on the first narrow court. I welcome you, sir. I now request Professor Dr. Rohit Kushwaha, sir, Director, Amity Business School and Amity Institute of Liberal Arts, and A.K. Srivastav, sir, to please moderate the session for today.
Thank you, Dr. Komal. And largely it would be Srivastav sir who would be taking the lead here. Also, I have a slight issue with my throat, so I may not be able to speak for too long. Sangeeta ma'am, I would say that if you may try to log out and log in once again, maybe the camera shall work then.
Thank you. I did that, and I think the video is on now.
Yeah, we can see you now. Wonderful. Thank you. And Srivastav sir, we discussed yesterday, to make this interesting, I would say that some of the challenges which we are facing, yes, e-governance is there very much amongst all of us. It's being implemented extensively. To what extent, where are the bottlenecks, where are we facing the issue, challenges in the adoption as well as in the implementation part of it. Some of them, it's not just the people who are less literate who are facing these issues. Even the very well educated are facing issues in these various portals and these various platforms which are being made available. And my other thought is that why did India lag behind in the implementation, whereas small states, small countries were implementing it maybe a decade back very successfully. Pro Vice Chancellor in the morning was sharing in UAE, he had the entire government activities on his mobile way back in 2012. Yes, we are a very vast and diverse country and the population is unmatched. So those are the challenges wherein I think Alok Ranjan sir, having a huge experience in this area, would share his insights. And subsequently, the way that I would request the panels to discuss is that we take up an issue and then we rotate it amongst the panelists for the next 5 minutes or so for each panelist to express their views, and then we move on to the next. If that is fine by all the members in the panel, then we shall go ahead with that. Srivastav sir, would you like to take it forward now, please?
Thank you, Dr. Kushwaha. Am I audible? Okay.
Yes, you're clear.
Okay, good. As Dr. Kushwaha briefed, we discussed this issue yesterday evening, and the issue was that the topic is vast. The topic, digital interventions itself, digital interdependence, and then linking it with the economic growth. So the topic is vast, and to make it more complicated, with such a group of eminent panelists, their experience, their knowledge, their wisdom is boundless, and the time is limited. So therefore, we decided to channelize the entire discussions into a few specific issues. So on those specific issues, the audience will be able to get the benefit of their wisdom, their learning, their experience. So we have taken the entire discussion into 4 specific areas. And there, as Professor Kushwaha has said, we will request one by one panelists to speak about it. And then we move to the next area and third area. And ultimately in the last area, if they would like to add anything, they can certainly do it. So therefore, we can use the maximum amount of time and the best gain for our audience. As far as the topic is concerned, the most important issue is when we are talking about digital technologies, the technology per se is not the goal. The goal has to be sustainable development. So how we are going to relate digital technologies with sustainable development goals? What are the current best practices? What are the gaps in digital cooperation? And what new ways are required to work together? So these are the many issues. The issue is the digital technology has grown in the myriad ways. It has pluses, it has minuses. It has issues, it has challenges. So what we are going to look into it, like one example I can give, the financial services. Lot of disadvantaged people, those who were living on the margins of society, are now able to use the financial services in a big way without even going to bank. The bank is right now in their fist. So online education during COVID pandemic. So even the monitoring of COVID. So there are a number of examples where digital technologies has played a great role. Now, in this issue there is another word we have used in the topic, interdependence. Interdependence of whom? Those who are providing the technology, those who are using them, civil society, government, technology providers, they are all interdependent upon each other. And then this interdependence ultimately can usher us into an economic growth. And ultimately, there are challenges because we know the digital technology sometimes can lead us to some dangerous spots too. And sometimes there is an issue that more inequities are also being created because of digital technologies. So these are the various issues. With such an eminent group of panelists, it would be totally unfair for me to hog any extra minute from their time. So the first thing what we had arrived at, the first topic on which we are going to get the benefit of listening to our eminent panelists, what I have felt is issue of multidimensional poverty. Because not only because it is being talked about, a new concept, a new way to look at poverty. We all know that India ranks 66 out of 109 countries. But that doesn't matter. What matters is how we move up, how we get out of this situation. And that's why Niti Aayog has accepted this concept. Globally accepted and robust methodology has been adopted. And state by state, we have been able to identify the multidimensional poverty where a particular state lies. And it's not a question of blaming any particular state, because there are historical regions, there are structural regions, there are cultural regions, but now the time is to get out of that. And for that, they have basically looked into 3 specific areas. 1/3 mark is being accorded to health, 1/3 mark is being accorded to education, and 1/3 mark is accorded to living standards. And even there it becomes specific. Like in the case of health, it measures nutrition, it measures child and adolescent mortality, and it measures antenatal care. Because it is always said in the field of management, we have a huge number of experts here, that what cannot be measured cannot be monitored. So therefore, especially in the case of services, so therefore, this has helped us in measuring and then ultimately monitoring. In the case of education also, they have taken 2 parameters: years of schooling and school attendance. How many years a girl child or child is spending in school, and what is the percentage of attendance. Now this digital technology can be used in monitoring, either it can be health or education or living standards, then creating a detailed database. Then specific interventions can be planned. The impact of interventions can be assessed. And based on that, more interventions and a dynamic way, a dialectics can be created and things can be improved. So I have a very good 3 very eminent speakers. So I will request Sangeeta Singh ji, because she is right now involved in one of the biggest schemes dealing with the health, to kindly speak about this issue of multidimensional poverty, especially regarding to health, education, and digital growth, scope, and challenge limits.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. I think you have struck the root when you say that this concept of multidimensional poverty is one of the goals that the SDG goals have laid out. And the SDG goals, they point out towards one, that is mitigation of poverty and providing health, universal health coverage to all people. So increasing that strata of population who would be coming under a health benefit scheme, that is a challenge that Uttar Pradesh has undertaken. And because of that, this scheme that I am heading, it is, as you know, it is one of the key schemes that the government has undertaken. And at present in Uttar Pradesh, around 1.78 crore families are covered by this scheme. And not only that, slowly the gambit and the arena is widening, because more and more dimensions and more pockets of population are getting added to the scheme. And so we are definitely moving towards a health universal coverage population. So the key factor which the basis of the scheme is how to reduce out-of-pocket expenditure in the population, because we know that catastrophic health expenditure, whenever it strikes a family, it can greatly bring down the family. They will be put down in the throes of poverty, and then they will never be able to recover back. So in the past days, we know that in villages, people used to go out for lenders, people who used to give out money on interest for any unmitigated or exceptional category or tertiary care that they had to be provided. But now, because every family which is under the scheme gets a coverage of 5 lakh per year per family, and also in terms of tertiary care, and also because in Uttar Pradesh, we have more than 3,000 public and private hospitals empaneled with the scheme. So a person can just go, who is in the scheme, can just go with his card, with his details, he can get his card made and get a free of cost treatment. And so last year, when we completed 3 years, we had Swasth and Samman as one of the taglines of our valedictory function. And I say Swasth and Samman because not only health, but health with health is something else related, and that is the dignity of the person. So can you imagine the females who were left to die, the females, the older population who had some kind of, they had to have a hip replacement or they had to have a heart procedure. They were simply left to die, and then they were just, carrying on with life, not able to move around, not able to have any kind of dignity of living. So they have been brought up and now they are living life with dignity. So that is how where technology comes in play. And I think what is most important and what is imminent to this entire thing that we're talking about is transparency and ease. So one is how effectively and how easily can a person access what he's doing. He can be able to see what he's doing, and what is the ease with which he is able to access these facilities that he's being provided. So I think because it is a totally technologically sound scheme, and it is totally grounded in technology. So every aspect of the scheme, whether it is how hospitals are empaneled, to how beneficiaries have been made cards, to how they take treatment in the hospital, what documents are uploaded in the street, that is for everyone to see. And not only does it provide a benefit to the beneficiary, but it also gives a post-facto analysis to the people who are running the scheme in terms of whether or not there is any fraud and abuse on the scheme. So that is a big data thing I'm talking about, that you can then not only analyze, not only take future actions, but also make your policy in accordance with that. For example, if the data throws up, say, in a particular area, there is some particular disease that is becoming predominant, maybe policy decisions can be made accordingly. And that some trinkling can be done with that. Some important input can be introduced in that particular area, so that, for example, there is some kind of cancer showing up in the data in a particular zone. Then we can have more research and find out whether it is water or some kind of food or some kind of chemical or fertilizer that is creating that. And then we can take decisions accordingly. So I think in terms of health, education, I think grows from that. If the health is the basic criteria, if the person is not well and alive, certainly, that's the Maslow's need hierarchy that we're talking about. The person will not be able to go any further. Education and health and good living just resonates from health only. So I think the basis is health, and our policy, which is digitally sound, takes care of that. That's what I mean. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sangeeta ji. And we started the discussion on a very strong note. With a rich experience in the health sector, she talked about Swasth and Samman, how they are all linked together, how we are able to save the money of a poor persons, those who are on the margin. And this is equally important because the whole concept of multidimensional poverty starts from National Health Family Survey 4, from where the database has been generated. And after that, number of schemes have come out. So the changes will actually measure what improvement has been taken. And health actually is the first step from where the development grows. So now I will request my next panelist, Dr. Niaz Ahmed, who has a rich experience in the agro sector, in the welfare related sector, in anything related with the economic growth and development related issues, to kindly give us his input, especially about the multidimensional poverty, health, education, other parameters, and how digital technology can be used for coming out of this poverty.
I would request Dr. Niaz to share, more from the private sector's contribution and role that it's playing in this particular domain.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. So probably I have not prepared myself as far as the SDGs goal is concerned. So I will give you some perspective about the digital health care sector in India. That is, it is not, because we have the shortage of doctors and not enough hospital beds here. And spending, if you see on the healthcare is also very low. Though we have been able to success as far as the life expectancy is concerned. In 1951, it was around 37 years. Now we are around 72 years, because if we consider 37, we all would have died by that time. So that is, and still we are, our this rank in the health sector is around 125th. We are in the entire global ranking scenario. We are below Brazil, Russia, China, South Africa, and all. So, but the digital solution can alleviate this issues through like telemedicines. That is one solution from where many private hospitals, they have started working on telemedicines. They are providing telemedicines and the consulting services to the patient who is away from. I mean, there is no need for the physical means they shouldn't come for means to the doctors. By doing that, we can reduce the cost also up to 30%, and it is reducing the in-person outpatient consultation coupled with digitization overall healthcare industry. It will be around, it gives around 10 billion can be saved through the telemedicine if we are going to use technology or if we are digitalizing a healthcare, which is happening at a larger pace. As far as some of the sectors where I am, like in the agri sector, this is also because we see that the most of our farmers, they are the marginal farmer, wherein technology has a great role to play on the supply side also and on the demand side also. Now, if we see the production side, through the digital technology, we can understand, we can know that how much fertilizers has to be given into the soil, and what is means if at all about the climate changes, or means climate changes agriculture also we are doing. So where to plant, that means which about the choosing the field or choosing the region also for a particular variety is also through the digital technology we can do it. On the estimation of the crop, right now we are doing it using drones, and there are many technologies through which we are estimating how much production is going to happen. So where also the digital technology is being used, and that is means the reducing manual interventions and the optimization of means bringing the efficiency into the system. So this is our means about agriculture and healthcare sector, what is our knowledge about these things. Moreover, if you see the digital technology, how the private sector has come into this play, there are many things which is happening as far as we were talking about the inclusion, financial inclusions. So many companies, fintech firms, they are coming into this Paytm. You can see that how the transaction is happening, but still there is a gap. Around 40% of the people who are doing the transaction through digital technology, 60% is still they are not able to do it. So there is another sector where we can do like education. You see there is a lot of opportunity. We have seen that the Zoom and other media which is being used for this digital means digital intervention in the education. So most of from the private sector, there are many companies and fintech firm startups. They are coming forward with the digital solutions for in livelihood sectors, in agriculture sectors, in the digital retail, finance sectors, financial sectors. So that is my means understanding for this digital technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. First thing, it was wonderful input you had provided, and I feel now there is not much of difference between public sector and private sector, because we keep on not only talking about but implementing PPP, public-private participation, in almost all the areas. And when it comes to economic growth, it's all hands to wheel. Everybody has to work together for the growth of this country. So thank you so much. Now, on this issue of elevation of multidimensional poverty, Sri Alok Ranjanji, who needs no introduction, and I will just not take even a single second out of his time, and will request, I will only be a patient listener and listen very carefully, like any of you, to whatever he says. Sri Alok Ranjanji.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. A very interesting topic has been chosen by the Amity School of Business. I must compliment them to speak about digitization and the impact on nation building, and also how you have focused this panel discussion. And the first issue you raised, that of multidimensional poverty and how digitization can help in alleviating multidimensional poverty. And we have some very good experiences of Sangeeta Singh about Ayushman Bharat scheme, as well as Niaz Ahmed ji about telemedicine and private sector initiatives and digitization. Well, all said and done, digitization is a tool of empowerment. That is one thing which has to be accepted. There's no two ways about it. I have seen in my vast experience in administration that over the way 38 years, things changed. Once the internet came into being, once digitization started, the entire gamut of activities in every department has changed over time. Though, of course, Professor Rohit Kushwaha pointed out in the beginning, why are we lagging behind, he said. He said in UAE in 2012, the entire government activities were on the laptop or in your palm, in your mobile. Well, it may be a question, a relative thing that somebody went faster, somebody went slower. It is also because of the vastness of the country, and also because is not so much a digital literacy in our country. Not everybody is so, there is a digital divide. So we had to focus at the same time on bridging the digital divide. But government, I think, is focusing in a big way on it, right from the Prime Minister downwards to all the officers in each department. And now you find that digitization is the core activity in almost all the major departments of the government. Because basically now you realize how digitization can empower. It is about data, You're talking about multidimensional poverty. Well, yes, multidimensional poverty can be attacked only if you understand what multidimensional poverty means. If you have the right kind of data about multidimensional poverty. So far, the problem in government schemes has been, many of the schemes have been based on hunches, on a gut feeling, because we don't get right kind of data available with us. That's in my experience also. But with digitization, it is possible to get the right kind of data, and it is also possible to analyze the right kind of data. And if once we do that, then we can formulate the right kind of policies, and also, very important, as has been pointed out by Professor Kushwaha, Niaz Ahmed ji, Sangeeta Singh ji, that there is a possibility of monitoring it properly to see that the benefits of those schemes actually reach the ordinary citizen. And once the benefits reach the ordinary citizen, he is empowered. Because not only are the benefits reaching him, he is empowered because he can access information on his own. He knows what is happening to various schemes. He knows what benefits he can get, what he's getting, what he's not getting. Rightfully, he gets to know of it. He is in the real-time knowledge of what is happening. And once that takes place, it is genuine empowerment of the citizen, which digitization makes it possible. So that, I think, is the basic thing. Coming over to the Sustainable Development Goals and multidimensional poverty, yes, SDG goals have to be met by 2030, though I just read an article recently that hardly any country is going to achieve it, it said. And it said that India may be one of the early birds, that we might do it by 2050, but there are many other countries that are talking of 2060, 2065, and so on and so forth. But still, every country is progressing towards it. And we in Uttar Pradesh also found that the UP government has also set a task force to see how sustainable development goals have to be met. And within these goals is this important goal of elimination of poverty, which Professor A.K. Srivastava said in the beginning about multidimensional poverty. Well, poverty has different measures. As far as absolute poverty is concerned, you must have read that there is a thinking now that absolute poverty is almost eliminated in India. When you say, $2 per day income, and you say that maybe only 1% of people are below that level. But when you talk of multidimensional poverty, it is very much there. And even a state like Uttar Pradesh, for instance, I can recollect the figure which was taken out by Niti Aayog. It said that 37.8% of the people in Uttar Pradesh are poor if you take multidimensional poverty indicators into account. And these indicators have been rightly pointed out by Professor Srivastava in the beginning. They relate to health and nutrition, they relate to education, and they relate to living standards or quality of life. So when you talk of health and education and nutrition, let me say so, and how digitization helps, one of the major reasons why the multidimensional poverty figure is poor as far as, in UP is concerned, and even India lags behind, is because of the large number of children who are stunted and who are wasted. Stunted and wasted means their weight is much below the normal, their height is much below the normal, so their physical development and mental development is not taking place up to the level that it should. That is a terrible kind of malnutrition, which is very much prevalent to the extent of 35 to 40% in the state of Uttar Pradesh and many other poor regions. And this is impacting the figure of multidimensional poverty. So how do you attack it, for instance? I remember when I was Chief Secretary, we started a program known as, a scheme for Hausla Yojana. We did was, we took the birth of small children, birth weight, and the weight of small children, and to find out how it relates to the actual weight. And we found that a large number of children were underweight. So that is a clear indication that they are suffering from malnutrition. I still remember the figure. We did it in certain area, 13 lakh. 13 lakh children, we came out of the figure was that they were malnourished. Immediately we put that on, a computer, a database. If we did not have digitization, if we did not have e-governance, this would not have been possible. Each child's name, details, and everything was put on record out there, on the digital record. And then we monitored him. We kept taking his weight from time to time to monitor how he was improving. And at the same time, we kept giving him inputs. Like we started in the Hausla Yojana giving free nutrition, hot meal, free nutritious meal to these children was provided, and to the anemic mothers also. It was provided. And then we monitored how, and then vitamin pills, then folic acid pills, iron supplements, all this was provided. And then we monitored over time how these children behaved. And yes, we got results. Within a year's time, we found that most of these 13 lakh children, they had come above the norm that was there for the weight that should have been for a child. So what does it mean really? That so many children now have come out of malnourishment and are now receiving proper kind of nourishment, so they're able to live a healthy life. So this is possible only through digitization. Before that, keeping track of 13 lakh records, can you imagine? Would it have been possible? I don't think so. I have been in administration. It's just not possible. We would ask the BDO to give a report. We'll ask the Tehsildar to give a report. We'll ask the doctor to give a report. They'll give some kind of a report from somewhere, collect some data. And who will sit down and collate that data? Who will analyze that data on a regular basis? It's a stupendous exercise. This kind of monitoring would not have been possible. It became possible only because of digitization being available to us. And that's what we did. So that is a real life example. I can tell you how nutrition can be tracked. And that is how, if we can track malnutrition in the country and give inputs, see how the reaction is coming, how improvement is taking place, then multidimensional poverty will certainly get controlled through the use of technology, e-governance, and digitization. There were talk about telemedicine. Niaz Ahmed ji talked about, Sangeeta Singh ji talked about the Ayushman Bharat, a tremendous example of how digital technology has made this Ayushman Bharat tool possible, where so much of treatment to 5 lakhs, I'm sure, I think, is available to an ordinary citizen, a poor person of the country, free of cost in empaneled hospitals. Now, this is possible only because e-governance is there. Otherwise, how do you keep track? Who goes to which hospital? What is being treated for? What medicines are being given? What is the cost of the medicine? How he shows the card, and how that reimbursement is being done to the company is concerned or the hospital is concerned. All this is possible at the push of a button only because of the tremendous power of digitization, the tremendous strength that is there in digital technology, and the empowerment that is possible through e-governance. Telemedicine is the answer. Niaz Ahmed ji talked about it. My experience in the government has been that telemedicine is the answer, because for 40 years we have been saying the same thing, that public health is not up to the mark, that expenditure on public health should be enhanced, that doctors are not available in the rural PHCs, that nurses are not available, that the ordinary citizen does not get immediate treatment nearby. And that is very true. It is very true. It is still there. It was there 40 years ago. It is still there. But change can come through digital technology, through telemedicine. With telemedicine, we can have, first aid can be given there, and there through telemedicine, the experts can be connected to the patient to give their prescriptions, to give their advice, and give their consultation. And that can make a sea change. And a person living in the remotest village of, say, Uttar Pradesh or Bihar can access to the best possible doctors and his services, sitting somewhere in Lucknow or Patna, or even why not in AIIMS Delhi? Why not? It's possible. So if this is possible, then this is empowerment. This is the empowerment I'm talking about, which is possible through digital technology. It will bring a complete disruptive change in the entire gamut of activities related to health and nutrition. The same, I must say, is true for education. We have seen that in COVID times. There was no schools, no college running, but online education took over and bridged the gap in a big way. So much so that now edutech has become as important a sector as fintech. Somebody talked about fintech. Professor Srivastav, I think he talked about the miracle of fintech, where the banking facilities are in your palm. Well, during COVID times, all education facilities were in your palm. If you could access them, the question comes here: who can access it? Who cannot access it? These are the issues of equity. Digital equity becomes very important, because even today, the internet penetration in India is weak. It is not more than 35 to 40%. in India. If that is so, then how many people can afford to use digital technology? How many people can genuinely be empowered by digital technology? These are the issues which are of concern. And I think Government of India is paying attention to it. So also are the state governments. The bandwidth is being increased. The bandwidth is being taken to each and every village now. Common service centers are being set up in each and every village. If this is being done, digitization would be enhanced. I can say another example of when I was chief secretary. We distributed laptops. You know, we distributed laptops to 20 lakh students who had done. 20 lakh is not a small figure. 20 lakh students were distributed laptops, and at that time, many people said that, oh, this scheme may not succeed. What will these people from the village who has done class 12, what will they do with the laptop? They will sell it in the market and whatnot. Some may have sold it in the market also. But 90% or more than that actually started using it. They started feeling empowered. They started filling forms of various courses there. They started accessing course material on their laptop. Things started changing in a big way. And today I have met several people who say, sir, just because you at that time gave us laptops, we were able to pursue higher education. You were able to pursue better education, which gave us higher employment. And some even went abroad because of that. Went to universities outside the country because of what they could do with a laptop. If we gave them that tool to empower them and they utilized it properly, it really made a difference to all of them. So I think, no, I won't take more time in the first round of discussion, but this, I think, talking about multidimensional poverty and the way digitization can make not only a mark, it can make a huge difference to our attack on multidimensional poverty. This is possible. I just highlighted through some examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think you have hit the nail on the head and has told what all of us combined together could not say. Because you picked up a very specific issue of nutrition. And then with a very specific example of your experience, you were able to communicate to us that how nutrition, one of the parameters of multidimensional poverty, an intervention could be made with the help of digital technology. So one basic issue which emerges out of that is one major issue is delivery. Even if policy can be very good, even if resources are there and the delivery fails, the impact will not be there. And for many government policies, as you rightly mentioned, the data itself becomes complicated, then how much monitoring takes place. So second issue, which we would like to discuss here is delivery mechanism. We'll move, we can always go back to health and education, but other sectors also, how delivery mechanism has made things much simpler, much faster, and it reached the last man. It reached to the man who is ultimate the beneficiary. So the big yawning gap between the policy, between the funds available, resources, and the man who is supposed to get it, there was a gap. And how digital technology has helped us to bridge it. It has been leveraged, but there have been limits, there have been challenges. So there, with his experience of private sector, Mr. Niaz Ahmed, his very good knowledge of agri, he mentioned about fertilizer, there will be issues about seeds, pesticides, and ultimately selling, marketing, the entire chain, what we call is from flow to plate, where the digital technology helps. In the warehousing, marketing, I will request Dr. Ahmed to tell us about his experience, his knowledge about the delivery mechanism and how digital tools have helped in leveraging, both in the private sector and whatever he has experienced in the agri sector. Shri Niaz Ahmed.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Sir, as far as the delivery mechanism is concerned, partner in our daily life, we see there are many companies like Swiggy is there, Zomato is there. So we are dependent on them for our delivery of food. There is Flipkart is there for the online transaction wherever we are doing. Even the plants, I send my, I stay in Mumbai. I have to send some plants to my house, means my village. That is the remotest village in the Bihar. So I sent it through Amazon. I saw that the Amazon can deliver the plants also. So that is the power of digital technology, what we see. But despite everything, still I was going through that how much the digital retailing which is happening through, it's only 40% is through the digital payment. The rest 90% is being done through the cash transaction. So there means if we talk about the interdependence, still there is a lot of room and a lot of opportunities there where we can work together. In fertilizers and seeds, also I have seen that there are many companies which is working on how to deliver the seeds and pesticides and whatever the this input is concerned. So during Corona time, also COVID time, I was working with the government of Bihar. So they have made a mechanism through their government institutions. They were giving, they were delivering digitally to these seeds and input to the farmers. So this is the life example we are seeing it in means the last mile delivery. I was working with the government of Andhra Pradesh with the food civil supplies department. So there also this last mile delivery, they have made it digitally. They have also had a means we have made a prototype for their vehicle, that how this product will be loaded on the vehicle and then it will go and they will deliver to the end consumers. During the COVID times, we were working with them. So these are few examples. We have personally, we have experiences of working with the government that how they are delivering this thing. Another about this means the digital technology, the power of digital technology in agriculture sector is the DBT, means direct benefit transfer to the farmers, which is also happening. I think it's a big program by the government of India, and it is happening because to bring the transparency into the system, and so that it ultimately means benefit the farmers are getting ultimate farmers are the ultimate beneficiary to this particular program by the government. Now government also are thinking, because there is a Gati Shakti is the one area thing in the infrastructure where they want that the schemes should be clubbed. So all schemes should be clubbed, and wherever the government is giving the grant, that should be in a proper way. Means the ultimate the infrastructure should be made so that it should be there shouldn't be a duplicacy of the schemes also. Even in the agri sector also, the government is thinking that there are many departments, they are giving the subsidy on the same. The cold chain is being given by the Department of Horticulture, MIDH, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, then food processing, Ministry of Food Processing, state government. So how these all can be channelized means there should be a one window through which these program should be delivered. So we are also working on it. It's our team in Delhi. They are working with the government that how these all scheme should be channelized. So these are some of the examples, I think, where the digital technology are being used for last mile delivery. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. He gave a very good example of Gati Shakti, where integration has taken place and the supply chain, the whole concept moves basically on the transport. It's the driver which moves the supply chain. And the faster it is, the lesser the inventory will be. And the lesser the inventory is, the lesser the cost will be. And the cost which is stuck up in logistics will be released both to ultimate users and vendors and across the chain. So how, and digital technology has been the biggest enabler of supply chain. So with this good example of Gati Shakti, with lesser resources, how we can deliver more. But he has also pointed out that only a small part is being served by the digital technology, how we can move ahead. Now I will request Sangeeta Singh ji. She has a very huge experience, even apart from coming to health. Before that also, she has worked in different systems of government. So she has seen when the digital drivers were not there, how delivery was being done, how digitization has helped in the delivery and in monitoring, and ultimately ensuring that whatever government want to spend, whatever enablers of economic growth are there, they reach the persons who require it most. Sangeeta Singh ji.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. You were saying something, Dr. Rohit?
Ma'am, I was just connecting some thoughts from what Dr. Nyas said, that a very small percentage is as yet even now using online payment form. And I know of a lot of very well-educated, highly placed individuals who are still hesitant in using online forms of payment. And this huge database that we are creating of a very personal nature, whether it's a health related or other formats, the concern, underlying concern throughout remains as to the security and the, how safe it is to go ahead with this. And that I think needs to be addressed if we are going to expand the gambit of the governance and to make it more effective and for people to, practice it more. Well, over to you, ma'am, please.
So I'll comment on what you are saying, Dr. Rohit, that we need to have safeguards and the privacy of the person has to be safeguarded. So there are checks and balances in place. For example, in health, now that we are going for an Ayushman Bharat digital mission thing also. So one Abha ID will be generated and then all the registries will be made and slowly we will come onto that platform. So that we are approaching, but there are always a factor of consent from the person which has to be made. Even if the Aadhaar is being used, there is a quantum of consent of the person that this will be utilized for further. So we know that slowly government is creeping into our lives and more monitoring is being done. But I think at some point it is also required for our own benefit. But safeguards have to be there, that I agree with. Sure. Now, in terms of what the question Dr. Srivastava has put up as to how the digital technology has been leveraged for various schemes, I would just want to say that in this scheme that I'm heading, I think technology is the greatest enabler. Because in whatever we do, in all the systems that we employ, be it making the cards of the person, identifying the person as to whether he's a proper beneficiary or not, to impaneling the hospitals under the scheme, to booking the person under a hospital and to booking a certain procedure, to uploading the various documents that have been used, the various videos and the X-rays and USG, whatever has been done, which actually justify that the procedure has actually been done, to later on post and analyzing whether it has been done properly or not, to giving out triggers as to some part of fraud or misuse is happening. Everything is digitally connected, to also even enabling the person to take benefit of the scheme outside the state. So there is this thing called portability under the scheme, in which a person from UP can take treatment in a hospital in say Bihar or AIIMS Delhi, and then they will book the claim. We can see it online and then we can pay the hospital online. So, the kind of empowerment that Alok sir was talking about, the kind of empowerment that the person has, that, okay, I can anytime go to a different state and get myself treated. So maybe it was not available in UP, or even high-end treatments, tertiary care treatments that we could not even think about in the past, how they have been enabled and how they have gone forward. That is one thing that is actually amazing to see. And that is how technology needs to flourish. And that is how it needs to do that. Having said that, in terms of payment also, payment is not by check anymore. So payment, whenever I click an approve button to a particular claim, the amount flows into the account of the hospital directly. It flows into the account of the hospital directly. There is no transaction, no file work to be done. And it is so simple. I can next day click and see how much payment has been made. Even if I have to make recovery from a hospital, say some wrong payment has been done, or the hospital has fraudulently taken some extra money, that recovery is also enabled through that software. So technology is coming into play. Of course, like sir said, there is a limitation, because digital literacy is less. Then how far ahead the internet has gone. And many areas like Siddharth Nagar and remote districts which we do not have an internet connectivity, so that they may have to tweak it somehow and do some kind of a play and capture the data and then upload it later. Because like I wanted to say this at the onset also, it's been my privilege. It's now privilege to be on a dais in which Alok sir is also there, because he was my boss and he was heading this, the precursor of the Ayushman scheme called the Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana. As Agriculture Production Commissioner, he was the chairman of our body. And he was instrumental in rolling out and doing so many wonderful things that we could do under the scheme. But even sir would agree that under RSBY, since it was a constrained atmosphere, there was less of online models established. So that is actually a sea change from earlier, and we are able to do a lot more and effectively capture a lot many things. And post-factor analysis, even triggers like fraud and abuse, the triggers are thrown up. One person goes to say 10 times to a hospital. The future history of the entire family can be captured as to how many times the family has availed of the treatment. So all that can be done. And the person goes suppose he has a cataract operation in the right eye, and again the claim is booked for a cataract of the right eye, that can be captured and claimed to be as a fraud and abuse. But then there are constraints, because see, technology always has to go in with a human element also. So human element is very important to analyzing everything. If everything is done as a desk job, many times wrong triggers are thrown up. And that is one of the challenges that we have to face, because the human mind, I think, is the most highly technologically developed device that God has made. So it can, no amount of technology, no amount of software, no amount of artificial intelligence can ever be able to cope with what human brain can do. So that kind of human intervention is always required to have a logical analysis of what we are actually doing. Doing a senseless desk exercise, many times it leads to wrong results. So some kind of human intervention, some kind of human brain also has to be involved in how we are going to analyze things and how we take it forward. But for all said and done, technology and the way it is being used today, especially in the scheme that I'm heading, it is amazing to see, and the kind of benefits they're giving. We've treated almost 13 lakh patients till date in the entire state. So and we can tell you the exact dialysis that one person had undergone, on what date, what time his dialysis treatment took place, what time any surgery happened, what were the documents that were uploaded. We are able to see the scar mark. We are able to see many a times a live video that they upload. So I mean, that is something that is very empowering for us as to decide as to what money to give out to those hospitals, as well as for the beneficiary, because then he's okay with the fact that, okay, these documents are there and he will be given a fair chance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sangeeta ma'am. You very specifically actually address the whole issue of the delivery. The whole issue of delivery is that benefits reaches the targeted beneficiary. What in the language of marketing we say, we compare a shotgun with a rifle when we discuss STP, segmentation, targeting, and positioning. So the correct person has to be targeted, has to be positioned, and the benefit should reach there. So she narrated with many examples, and we know that how digitization has helped in improving the delivery systems. Now, again, at the last, I will request Alok Ranjanji, who has a vast experience and will have many stories to tell us. So I will just be a fly on the wall and listen patiently like any of you.
Well, yes, Professor Srivastava, you raised a very, very relevant issue about public service delivery. I think that is the most important thing that we are all concerned about. As you rightly said, it is often said that we have very good policies, but the implementation at the field level is not so good. Things are not happening as they should, not reaching the intended beneficiary. This is, I think, something which public administrators and all of us, when we are in government, when we're serving, we are continuously concerned about how to ensure better public service delivery. You know, there was a time when there was some talk about a Public Service Delivery Act to come into being in Government of India level. That bill was prepared also, but was not passed eventually. But several state governments have come up with a Public Service Delivery Act, and Uttar Pradesh also has done so, in which about more than 100 odd services at my time, now there must be more services are there, in which there is a time bound, delivery fixed and accountability fixed. And it is monitored that way, that within this time, say if you want a license for something, it has to be delivered within 15 days, who is accountable to give it, and it will be given within 15 days. So this is monitored that way. So this public service delivery, where again, the digitization really helps in a big way in monitoring it and making something like a Public Service Act a reality, it is really possible. I would agree with Sangeeta Singh ji when she says that yes, RSBY was an excellent scheme, a great precursor, but Ayushman Bharat is a vast improvement upon it. It goes much further, especially in terms of the use of technology and in terms of digitization and the kind of impact that it is having. She has already said a lot about Ayushman Bharat. I will not dwell more upon it, but I will also align myself with another thought which she said, that digitization by itself is very important. It is bringing about a lot of change, but not possible to have everything through digitization only. Technology is an enabler. Let us not forget that. It is an enabler, but you need the human being. The human being has to work with technology. You need the right kind of person, who's skilled, who's trained, who knows how to adapt and utilize technology. If those two things are there, the right kind of person, a human being, and the right kind of technology, and they work together, then the best possible public service delivery results can be certainly made possible. Now, Niaz Ahmedji talked about agriculture. I'll share some examples, as Professor Swasta said that he'll be telling some anecdotes or stories relating to e-governance. I think I must share some. I remember that, when I was Agriculture Production Commissioner and later on I became Chief Secretary, the thing that came to light was that seed. There used to be subsidy on seeds. Heavy amount of subsidy, going up to sometimes 60%, 70% subsidy on high-yielding variety seeds was there to encourage farmers to use HYV seeds to improve the productivity. But we found that this subsidy was largely being misutilized. There was a lot of corruption in the subsidy. Oh, who was getting it, who was not getting it? I mean, one really never got to know. We only knew that so much of budget has been allotted, so much subsidy has been given, and then that seed has been distributed. Who has got it, who has not got it? There was no really result which is coming forth. So then we started a scheme of direct benefit transfer as far as this subsidy was concerned. And first of all, it was the registration of all the farmers digitally. And 55 lakh farmers, I remember, registered for it in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Then for each of this was monitored, all details were taken. Then high-yielding variety seeds, that subsidy, we said we'll transfer it directly to the bank account of these farmers through digital means. So this was done. A lot of resentment was there. A lot of protest was there. You will be surprised to know that the people who protested the most were the agriculture department officers themselves. They said, sir, this scheme is, they'll create problems. This is not workable. It is not applicable because it hits against a lot of vested interests. And don't need to dwell further on that. But all these, things, when you bring in technology, it does get into a battle with vested interests. And vested interests are not very willing to accept technology. So they raise various kinds of issues. So they were raised as issues that to the extent to narrate this, that the matter had to go up to the Chief Minister. To the extent that if I can share with you on this platform, the minister concerned opposed the scheme on the file. And then when I briefed the Chief Minister said, what are your views? This doesn't really happen, but I wrote a note which overruled the views of the minister concerned and put up a note the scheme should be implemented. And the Chief Minister went ahead and implemented. And the result was that for the first time, we could really know who has got subsidy. And what happened? The subsidy bill was reduced by more than 1/3 because we gave it to the right kind of people. And those people actually got the subsidy. So this is a brilliant example of how even in agriculture, you can really, by using technology, targeting the right kind of beneficiary, you can make things happen. Similarly, I'll share with you was that about health only, my own batchmate Ram Sevak Sharma, he was the Aadhaar card man and who was later on in charge of COVID portal. What a tremendous job COVID portal has done. All of us who have gone through vaccination, we can see how COVID portal made a whole difference, You just go there, log in, you'll get a list of the hospitals where vaccination is available, on which day it is available, go and register, you'll get a date, a slot, go there and get yourself vaccinated and come back. Amazing, isn't it? And all this amazing thing was possible was COVID portal, which was tracking everything about vaccination. The entire vaccination success story was because of the COVID portal. So that kind of thing, what kind of an impact it makes on the society and on the people and on public service delivery. Vaccination as a public service was delivered so brilliantly, largely through technology, through the aegis of the COVID portal. Similarly, DBT was mentioned by Professor Vastav in other areas. I'll tell you DBT in pension schemes. Earlier on, there used to be old age pension, widow pension, disability pension, this pension, that pension. When I was Chief Minister, we had a different kind of pension scheme which was, for poor people. At that time, it was known as the Samajwadi pension scheme. It was covering more than 55 like poor people. Again, the same story. It had a budget of more than 3,000 crores. So we said that if it doesn't go to the right person, then it will be a waste of money. So you use technology once again registering each and every beneficiary, transferring it to their account on the first of every month. The pension scheme, the pension would go to the account of the concerned beneficiary. And this was confirmed to us through the entire digital operations which we had networking interlinkage with the banks. So this really made the scheme a huge success. So technology can make any scheme that you come out with, make it a big success, especially when you're dealing with large numbers, huge numbers like this. And then one last thing I'll share before I hand it over to the others. In irrigation, I have seen when I was APC, real-time monitoring. When I was a DM, at that time, that much of technology was not there. And we used to sit in our car and travel all over the district, inspecting government tube wells. Oh, this tube well is working, this tube well is not working. What does that matter? Monitoring it then and there. Whether farmers are getting irrigation water from government tube wells. Now, there is a control room and a command center here, through which each and every tube well and each and every canal and each and every, irrigation system is being monitored real time. Anywhere in the state, you just sit in the command center, you will know where the tube well is working, how much water it's supposed to give, how much water it is being released, who is getting the water, what is happening. What a tremendous impact it is. What a tremendous difference, this has made, this real-time monitoring. So yes, public service delivery can not only be enabled, but it can be, made much better by the use of digital technology. But once again, you need the right kind of human being to handle that technology. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, the last aspect, as I said, there are many aspects, but we are going to confine to certain aspects. The last aspect is going to be on the other side. Sometimes digitization also adds to the inequities. And then there are issues of digital divides and digital dividends. So what we will request our panelists to talk about the two aspects. One is digital divides and digital dividend. And secondly, how lack of economic growth impedes digitization. So we are going to talk about the interdependence. So economic growth is dependent on digitization, but at the same time, the faster economic growth will accelerate the digital intervention. And although Professor Kushwaha is having a sore throat, but still I will request him to have few words of wisdom with a very rich experience of management to just tell us a few words about this issue of digital dividends, digital divides, and inequities which digitization sometimes creates. Professor Kushwaha.
Thank you so much, Srivastavji. But I am feeling a little greedy today with these panelists, all of you. And what I'm realizing is that I should have actually invited each of you individually so that we could have had more time and inputs from each of you. And I would very humbly request that in future, we would be approaching you to request physical online presence on our campus when our students are here as well, because they are the ones who are the next generation. And if we can implant the right seeds in their heads, that is where, as you were saying that in the morning, our keynote speaker was saying that the wells and if there is a water shortage, it needs to be solved by digging those wells in our mindset first. The physical ones will automatically emerge once the thought is embedded well in our heads. Digital divide today is a reality, and a thought came to me like when laptops were they were wonderful means of enhanced learning and furthering education. But at the same time, some of my colleagues shared a thought with me that instead of one laptop, we could have gone in for maybe 10 smartphones, and the numbers of people who could have benefited would have been that much higher within the same budget. So those are kind of things which come to mind. But because during lockdown, what we saw that even the poorest of the poor families, their children, when they were not able to go to school, they were sitting on their smartphones. Some were donated to them by people who could afford it, so that those small children could continue with their studies. And even the government schools somehow were managing to connect with the students online through their smartphones, because they could not afford the laptops, neither the faculties possibly, and nor the students. So those are things which are at the ground, which need to be worked out. But it is very heartening to see the pace at which we are moving ahead. The focus that we are, at least I know in the educational institutions, Amity particularly, we have a major focus on cyber security. Our Amity Noida campus also does consultancy for the government on cyber security, because that is one of the largest concerns. Just to share a personal experience, there's this gem portal of the government. So even for research projects and all, I was registering myself at the gem portal. And when I reached almost the last stage, I was stopped because somebody had already used my PAN card to get registered. And it has been about 8-9 months that still remains unresolved. So these are concerns which I would not say that it's just the poorly literate people who are facing. So, but these are kinks, the way I look at it. These are small tremors which will get evened out over time. And that is the positivity with which we approach and we keep our progress going. I would not take up time further and hand it over to you for further, because we are almost close to the session. We just have some 15 minutes or so. So let us benefit from the esteemed panelists. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Kushwaha. You correctly said it. When the time moves from food for thought to thought for food, we have to be very, very brief so that our audience keeps on listening. So although the time allocated was 5 minutes, but I will have to perform the most unpleasant task of moderator to ask you to restrict, but I know all of you can be very concise, very precise, very specific. So on these two issues of digital dividends and digital divides, I will request Dr. Niaz Ahmed to speak a few words.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, in fact, the last segment, to capture the dividend of digital technology and the potential to add to the potential economic value, we size at the macro level business will need to deliver digital technologies at micro level also. This is how we can use the digital technology to fundamentally at the day-to-day activities. There are three digital forces which can drive this shift. One is the greater ease with which the people can connect, collaborate, transact, and share information. And the second is the increase the productivity by automizing the routine tasks. And third is the great ease with which the organization can analyze the data and make an informed decision. So these are the, I think these are the things which we can, if we interplay our new data ecosystem on these three pillars, I think we can expert new products or services and the channel in the virtually every business of the sector where we can use this technology and create the economic value for our consumers and for ourselves, our consumers, whosoever our stakeholders precisely. So this is my, I think, from our sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Now I'll request Sangeeta ji to speak a few words on this very specific issue that sometimes digitization also adds to inequities. A person who has the best of the laptops, best of the broadband can access the services maybe faster. So first of all, is it there? And secondly, how to overcome your experience, Sangeeta ji.
Dr. Srivastava, there was an essay that we were supposed to write when we were children, and that topic used to be fire is a good servant but a bad master. So I think the same thing we can use for technology also. If it goes into the wrong hands and if it is used by the wrong kind of people. So even if there is widespread availability and if everyone has a laptop in their hands, if it is used by the wrong kind of people, it will lead to definitely more problems. For example, in my scheme, initially I had to put in a lot of extra work because on the platform that we were supposed to empanel the hospitals, many people, they started, they thought it was an empanelment or employment portal, and they started registering themselves as Ayushman Mitras. And then when we caught of the problem, by that time, lakhs of people had empaneled and we had to invalidate all those applications. It was a lot of extra work for me. Certainly, it will lead to the wrong kind of dissemination. We see to today's digital era of social media, a single wrong statement can lead to law and order situations and whatnot. So coming into the wrong hands, it will certainly lead to a problems, but then it is always a growing field. I think we have to keep learning from our mistakes and keep overcoming. And technology has to be one step ahead of whatever these people have there in mind. Because there are a lot of innovative and intelligent minds who are there who are devoted their lives for some kind of prank, some kind of wrongdoing. And they will come into play and they will wreak havoc upon the entire system if they are not kept in check. So the digital technology has to come in play for them also and keep in check always. So a constant development, a constant dialogue and constant upkeep of the entire system is required. Dissemination of wrong information, plus there are technological issues. Sometimes server space is less, sometimes servers are down. And therefore that leads to constant, stopping of the system for some part of time. That can lead to grievances. That can lead to many other situations for which we have to answer later on and we cannot say. And because everyone doesn't know technology, it's a very easy scapegoat sometimes. We can just see the system is not running. We have told NHA and they are working on it. And then we can just sit mum and not do anything. Sometimes we are actually not able to do something. But at many times it can just be a ploy for us not to work at all. So that ways it has to be handled very carefully. It's a thin balance between doing right and doing it properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So at the last, Dr. Shri Alok Ranjanji, and before I will invite him to speak, there is a chat box in which everybody is expected to raise questions. Only one question has come after Dr. Tanuj Mathur, that what is the government roadmap to digital, to improve on the digital illiteracy? So I will request Shri Alok Ranjanji to handle this issue of digital divide, inequities, and also to address this question because he is the best suited, heading the government of UP on the administrative side for such a long period, to what is the government's roadmap for handling the issue of digital illiteracy. Shri Alok Ranjanji.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. I'll start with a very slightly amusing anecdote. You see, what happened I think a year or so ago, one person came to work in our house as a household help. And I asked him, how much is your educational level? And he said, I'm only class 6 pass. I was a little sorry, why did you continue education, this, that? My parents are very poor and all that. He said, finally, okay. And consider my complete surprise. And the very next day, I saw on my Facebook a friend request. And that friend request came from that same very person. I found him sending me a friend request. First of all, I was totally taken aback. Who is this person who is sending me a friend request? Then I suddenly related, who is this fellow? And I asked him, yes, haan sahab, humne bheja hai. So then I realized that, he's just class 6 pass and he says, I have not studied anything. He's not able to read any newspaper. He's not able to read anything, but he is very adept at sending an immediate Facebook request as a friend he sent to me. So that, I think, puts the digital divide thing in perspective. That even if in the rural areas, our people are not very, at the moment, the level of literacy is low, or at least the number of years of schooling is low. And people are not completing school even or going higher education or, but somehow their aptitude to pick on digital technology is very good. They're very, prompt at it. And lots of them are using Facebook. And there used to be something known as TikTok. I never used TikTok, but I know so many people in the rural areas who were using TikTok day in and day out and sending videos, downloading videos, sending messages on WhatsApp groups, doing it. Now, this kind of thing is happening on a daily basis. You notice at the rural areas also, even if those are not, what we may call within inverted commas, illiterate or educated. So what I want to say, digital technology is not something so great that people cannot access this or cannot learn it. It can easily be taught because they are willing to learn it. The mindset of the youth has now changed to that extent. Everybody loves this phone. Today, people love nothing more than a smartphone in their hands. And as Professor Kushwaha said, yes, smartphones can be a revolution. And in government, we gave them laptops first. Thereafter, the next scheme which was introduced was the introduction of smartphones, and which this recently behind the government has been distributing smartphones also in a large way. So you graduated from laptops to this and continuing with the laptop scheme also and smartphones also. The smartphones do make a difference. So there is a digital divide. There is, as I said at the beginning, problem of internet penetration. First, internet penetration has to be increased. The government of India, that optical fiber scheme is there, which is going, every village is now being connected with optical fiber. By 2025, I think, every possible village will be connected with optical fiber, or even before that. So everywhere there will be a bandwidth, internet facility available. And if people don't even have a smartphone or a laptop, common service centers are being opened in each and every village. And these common service centers anybody can go there and access the internet and use the facilities, like if he wants an income certificate, if he wants a caste certificate, if he wants an extract of his land records, or if he wants any other facility which is available by government is providing, he can access that to the common service center. So that way, digital divide can easily be bridged by things and these measures, by making CSCs available. Finally, yes, literacy makes a difference, digital literacy, and I think the new education policy is talked about it. Education policy in Uttar Pradesh also now, that computer education now has to be introduced right from class 1. Start giving knowledge about digital technology and computers. From class 6 onwards, introduce coding. All these things are now part of thinking. This kind of changes are coming in the education process, where even a class 7, class 8 child would be quite adept at handling digital technology. This is being taught through the system. And so as these changes come, that digital inequity or that digital divide will be bridged to a large extent. Today, yes, of course, many people can take better utilization of schemes because they have access to this kind of technology, and many do not have access. But that gap is slowly reducing, and it will reduce very fast. It will not be something like in a gradual incremental increase. I can tell you that my experience. It will be kind of a quantum jump, and it will be bridged, because that is how it is. It's the demand of each and every youth now. He wants to go into this technology, and he understands it very well. What to say about youth? I have a 4-year-old grandson. He teaches me so many things about how to handle a mobile, which I don't know about how to handle. I don't know, he takes my mobile and starts doing things, all kinds of things with that my mobile, which I'm not able to do. So that is something I think human brain is absolutely wired to pick on digital technology in a very, very fast manner. And yes, as somebody has written with social media, yes, of course, social media is the biggest enabler. Everybody is using WhatsApp. Everybody is on WhatsApp groups. Everybody is using Facebook. People are going for even Twitter or even various other social media sites, Instagram. They're using this site. Social media will definitely help in bridging this digital divide in a very, very, major kind of a manner. So there is a lot of hope. I'm not feeling that this inequity will not be, addressed. It will be addressed very fast. That is the way forward. We have to move towards digitization, more and more digitization. Just because there are issues of inequity at the moment does not mean we slow down these programs. Also, it does not mean that we eliminate the human being or the other element from that. That is also has to go along with this. Both things, they have to work together. Human being is, has an ingenious capacity to handle anything. And Professor Kushwaha said GEM portal and how his PAN card was used by somebody else. So there's a lot of ingenuity in human beings, as you might see. And also GEM portal was introduced, if I may share with you an anecdote, to see that there was no malpractices in tendering process, so that you register yourself on GEM portal and tendering will be e-tendering all through the GEM portal will be done. But my reports tell me that human beings have found a way out of it. Even the GEM portal is now being managed. That only that kind of thing is put on the GEM portal which suits Mr. A or Mr. B and does not suit Mr. C. So that leads to kind of inequity there also. So that is their human ingenuity. There is no answer to it. It will always be 2 steps ahead of anything you do with digital technology. But all said and done, this is the future. This is the way we have to empower our citizens. And this is the way better public service delivery and of government services is done, and better way we can really develop our nation. Thank you.
Thanks, sir, so much. Because you not only eliminated the different aspects, but also answered both the questions which have come in our chat box about the social media and the roadmap to digital literacy. And with what you said, we are going to end on a note of optimism and with a focus on human element. The most importantly, we'll be finishing this session in time. And now I'll be handing it over to Professor Kushwaha. You'll have the last word.
It's like tasting something extremely exotic and then having to shut down the office very quickly. But it's been a very, very thoughtful and very enlightening session, I think. And as I've already said, I would feel greedy and want more of it for my students, for my faculties and myself. I would like to thank each and every one of the panelists. They have taken very precious time out from their busy schedules, I know that. And to be here to share their wisdom, their experiences with us, which are invaluable. As we say that we tend quite often just to get limited to the theoretical part of it, and the practical aspects is what all of you are practicing, what you've brought into practice and are improvising and innovating upon and building upon on a daily basis. So that's an outstanding session. I thank each and every one of you on behalf of the Amity Business School, personally from my side, for being here with us today. Thank you so much. Dr. Komal, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to each one of you once again for such an interactive session and giving us your valuable inputs. And with this, we now proceed for a lunch break, followed by our technical session 1. Thank you so much.
Thank you. But is the lunch available on
everybody's? And we shall be starting with the first technical session in 5 minutes. Okay, so I may request all the team members to connect, and while presenting, it is required that you should be opening your camera. Okay.
I've already sent them a message that they have to open the camera.
Okay. Okay. मकसूद जी, एक छोटी सी चीज पूछनी है. The presenters will the participants will be able to open their camera and share their PPTs?
Yes, sir. Participants also open their camera and share their PPTs.
Zedi sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Azramin.
Good afternoon, sir.
3 बजे 1 घंटे में 2:40 पे किया था ना कल रजिस्टर, 24 घंटा लेता.
So just give us 2 minutes. We will be starting with this session.
Okay. Ma'am, in 2 minutes time we shall start.
Okay.
We have 1 or 2 participants.
किसे कॉल नहीं, हम समझे नहीं किसे कॉल करना है.
Okay, Vinod ji is also joined, has also joined. Okay.
So should I give you the list of participants?
Ma'am, we have the list.
I've done it, yaar. Start ho jayega, we'll do it. Oh, exact 2 o'clock. Sir.
Two minutes are still left.
We'll start exact at 2, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, should we start with the session?
Yes, please, please.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. With the rapid rise in internet and digitalization, government all over the world are initiating steps to involve IT in all the government processes. Now, when you look at e-governance can be defined as application of communication and IT with the focus on addressing the need of the society by providing government services, exchange of information, transaction, integration of previously existing services, and information portal like land and health record. And it is the use of electronic means basically to promote good governance. We have this e-governance to ensure that the government administration becomes swifter and more transparent in their processes. The basic purpose of e-governance is to simplify the process for all, be it government, citizen, business, etc. at national level, state level, and local level. And as a fast-growing economy and emerging world leader, e-governance is much for a country like India, both in government and corporate sector. E-governance has also a great role to play in improving and supporting all tasks performed by the government department and the agencies, because like I said, it simplifies the task on one hand and increase the quality of work on the other. With this note, I, Dr. Azra Ishrat, co-chair of this session, would like to welcome all the participants and dignitaries to the first technical session of the conference. Let me take this opportunity to welcome session chair, Professor S.H. Zaidi. Professor S.Z.H. Zaidi is Director, IBAS. He is Head, Department of Clinical Psychology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus. He's a licensed clinical psychologist with 43 years of experience in teaching, clinical practice, and rehabilitation administration. He is an alumni of Central Institute of Psychiatry, Ranchi, and trained in NIMHANS, Bangalore. Professor Zaidi has been deputed by the Government of India for in-service training under Mental Health, Glasgow, UK. Professor Zaidi has 21 research publications, book chapter, edited book, and awareness articles. He's a member of Zonal Coordination Committee of RCI, that is Central Zone. He's a recipient of National Award for his contribution in the field of empowerment of persons with disability. He was honored by President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He's also recipient of C.S. Kang Oration Award 2019 for his contribution in clinical psychology. Welcome, Professor Zaidi. Now, before we proceed to the session, we have 12 presenters who would be presenting their work based on 4 parameters, that is government to government, government to citizen, government to business, and government to employee. Each presenter will be given around 5 to 10 minutes for their presentation. The audience are requested that if they have any question for the presenter, they need to write it in their question in the chat box. We'll take up the question toward end of the session if sir permits, or we can take it in between. It's up to sir. So with the permission of the chair, can we start with the session?
Just one very small amendment, because we have only 75 minutes to complete this session.
Yes, sir.
And we have 11, 12 presenters. So it means that the average time which we can give to anyone is 6.8 minutes, 7 minutes, because we have to have our discussions and question answer and all these things. So I'll request all the presenters to be in time, and request Dr. Azra to monitor the time so that we should finish in time. We should have some time for the discussion.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you very much. Over to Azra.
So let us start with the first presenter, Mr. Rajkumar Srivastava. Mr. Rajkumar Srivastava, can you share your presentation? His paper is on role of e-governance in boosting entrepreneurship in India. Rajkumar ji, you are muted, it seems like. We can't hear you, Rajkumar. You are still muted, sir.
Now I'm audible?
Yes.
Oh, you are.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. This is Rajkumar Srivastava, scholar in MIT Business School. My paper is very simple on the entrepreneurship, how this e-governance is going to make a difference for the role of entrepreneurship in India itself. I'm specific to India, I'm talking about that. Ma'am, I'm starting my PPT. Is visible now?
It's not visible to me.
It's not visible.
Yes.
It is visible.
Now it's visible?
Yes,
Yes, now it's visible.
Put this on the presentation mode, Rajkumar ji.
Yeah, yes, sir. Give a minute, ma'am. Now it's okay, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect. My topic for this paper is role of e-governance in boosting entrepreneurship in India. I'm doing my research under Dr. Charu Baseria. So I'm directly coming to the topic. When we use this word e-governance, as ma'am have already discussed in his oration, we are talking about customers, business, employees, and things. But when you talk about entrepreneurship, we have to take care of all these four categories. My humble request to take this point very request, because when we say e-governance with the concern with entrepreneurship, the thing itself, we are not going to classify it only for a business only. Entrepreneurship thing, it comes for all things, even business in any area of work, even for a customer, is all comes in a circle. So I'm going to discuss it. Yes. Introduction, I'm saying the term e-governance describes the use of communication and information technology for governance. Through e-governance, information may be disseminated to the public in a transparent manner. Thus, e-governance contributes to the improvement and redefinition of people's social, environment, and economic values. In a country with a rapidly expanding and demanding economy like India, e-governance has become crucial. Many governments around the world are implementing and integrating technology into their government procedure because of expansion of digitalization. Through governance, citizens and business can access government services in a straightforward, effective, and transparent manner. I'm giving some examples. When we say examples of e-governance include the Common Entrance Test, Digital India, the National Portal of India, the Prime Minister of India's portal, Aadhaar, online tax filing and payment, digital land management system, and the National Assessment Test. More than this, if you talk about GST and all the tax things which comes now in a single portal, it is going to a great entrepreneurship enabler, because they are helping them to make a startup, and even the day-to-day procedure of business is very easy now with the help of e-governance. My article discusses the connection between the entrepreneurship and the development of e-governance. The growth of e-governance means that public websites are providing citizens with pertinent information to promote and lay the groundwork for new business setup. When I say new business setup, it doesn't mean the existing business setup is not going to be impacted. When we're talking about startups, new business, the e-governance itself is making a great pave the way for them for being a smooth conduction of business and entrepreneurship setups. Publication of data on various economic sectors, new businesses, infrastructure initiatives, labor shortages, and business prospects supports new openings. So my total paper is going to take this thing with the help of e-governance promotes the development of new businesses and entrepreneurial opportunities. So the basic help from the e-governance we take is it's going to promote the development of new businesses and entrepreneurial opportunities are more now with the help of e-governance. Although it may appear implicit, the connection between e-governance and entrepreneurship can be verified using secondary data found on public and international websites. Using historical data, this study will attempt to determine how entrepreneurship and e-governance development are related. This is just for my paper. Thank you for kind listening. Thanks very much.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rajkumarji. And it was interesting to know how e-governance is going to pave way for entrepreneurship and new businesses. Like I said, that if participants have or audience have any question, please write your question in the chat box. We will take it up later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next,
Thank you for
next we have Dr. Tajinder Kaur. Dr. Tajinder Kaur.
Ma'am, she is not visible in the list of participants.
No, she is.
Hmm?
She's there. Dr. Tajinder Kaur is there. She's there.
Yes, she is there.
Yes, she is there. Yeah, she is there.
Next
It's
we
not
have
audible.
Dr.
So not unable to. Dr. Tajinder, you start.
Ma'am, it is audible. You are audible, ma'am. You're audible.
Ready, sir? Her paper is on role of e-governance and prevention of sexual harassment.
Sexual harassment, but I'm seeing it.
Dr. Tajinder, you can share your slide, please. Dr. Tajinder, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. Are you sharing your slide? Yeah. You switch on your camera also.
She has switched on her camera. And Dr. Tajinder, is there any issue?
Can we take up another presenter till she completes her preparation?
As you suggest.
Yes, ma'am.
Next we have Vibhusha Verma. Vibhusha Verma, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Please switch on your camera and share your slide.
Okay, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all the eminent dignities and research scholars present over here. I, Vibhusha Verma of Banastali Vidyapeeth, would like to express my gratitude towards the analysts and organizers. The theme of my research work is role of e-governance in innovation and sustainability. Let's start with the introduction. A new paradigm shift has been developed in the field of governance by—
Just a second, put your slide on slideshow mode.
Okay.
Slideshow mode.
A new paradigm shift has been developed in the field of governance by the application of ICT in all aspects of governance, called electronic governance.
Still not on slideshow mode.
You go for from the beginning, click over here at the extreme end of the front current. Yes. I think there is a problem in.
I think, sir, it's Office 2007 or 2010 version.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then you can
Yes.
continue. Please
you can
continue.
as it is. You can continue as it is.
Okay, so it will change how the citizens relate to the government as much as it changes how citizens relate to each other. The study empirically shows the role of electronic governance for sustainable development. It is the kind of information development application that addresses the functioning in order to ensure smart governance. Now, next slide is evolution. Evolution of e-governance. As the name suggests, e-governance has been developed from a Greek word kubein, which means to steer or to control. E-governance has been developed from the Greek word. The establishment of the Department of Electronics in 1970 was first step towards the electronics governance in India. NIC, National Informatics Center, established in 1977, launched the District Informatics System program to computerize all district offices in the country. The main thrust was provided by the launching the NIC Net in 1987, the national satellite based on computerization network. Four stages in evolution were computerization, online preference, and online activity. Now, according to the UNESCO, while the e-government may be understood as the performance of the governance via the electronic medium in order to facilitate an efficient, speedy, and transparent process of disseminating information to the public and the other and
Vibhusha, your slides are also not moving. You are still stuck up with introductory slides.
Please keep it normal mode from your side also.
Okay. Now it is visible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Please continue from the next slide. And please be brief in your presentation.
So I have done the literature reviews of Thais Oliver and Michael Oliver. The study that today the social and economic developments are in the hands of digital technologies, and as they have overall access by the employing ICT to promote innovation. Now next is by Apeksha Huda and ML Singla by 2020. This study focuses mainly on the core competencies which are needed for future oriented. Now some present reviews. Nike, Gavlita, and Stocker. This paper aims to analyze Romanian cities' websites prior after COVID-19. Now, by K. Rajeshwar and Sonal Mobar Roy, the study basically escalates the social justice through the implementation. It tells about the Lokwani project launched by the government. Now, coming on to the significance of the study. To identify and analyze the grassroots realities. Now, what are the grassroots realities? We should know the problems of the citizens living in the country. Despite of running away from those problems, try to face them. Government should know the truth and the reality of the country. Now, the second is better service and more convenient, lower cost, and more reliable services. Help in building the trust between the government and citizens. Digital divide, gap between the region or demography. Lack of infrastructure, aims at investigating the role of e-governance in combating the COVID-19 combating the COVID-19 situation and promoting the sustainable development. Now coming out onto the process. From the project management point of view, you need to have process, need to have stages of development. Probably we can call it as a phases of implementation. Then you have to define those phases, basic requirements of how we will actually develop the projects. The next is set up high-level leadership task force. So we need to know who's leading this. You cannot have police force develop their own, or education department to develop their own. You need to institution that oversees every department that happens throughout the government sector. So there is need of task force. Now coming on to the next slide. Now the challenges faced during COVID-19. During the high time of COVID-19, the emergency of oxygen cylinders and medicines led to the people to believe anything that could save their life of loved ones. There's an emergence generating the awareness among the people so that before trusting anyone, just go on to the details carefully on the websites. Many people who were illiterate could not be able to register themselves on the COVID portal. So the government has arranged the offline portals for them. Now the Digital India in 2005, it was launched by the government. It is a program to transform the India into digitally empowered society. Under this, government has launched services like Aadhaar, Bheem UPI, RuPay, GSTIN, DigiLocker, Umang Digital Payment App, Arogya Setu, etc. If we talk about the future in 2025, the Digital India will gain the 1 trillion economies. ACI Worldwide in its report has told us till 2025, cash checks and other payment shares will get down and remain 28.3% only. Now coming on to the conclusion, we know that the internet is one thing that is easily available to different people wherever they are, regardless of whatever the situation is. So what happens in the case of e-governance, where there is a use of information technology? Why it is used? Because of the various needs of the society today, it is an innovative and efficient way of governance. It is quick, cuts time, and provides easy access. Soon, all the developing countries, especially in rural areas, will get transformed with powerful digital infrastructure. Employment will rise automatically, and people will be offered with more advanced technology in future. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vibhusha.
Thank you very much.
Interesting presentation. So would you like to ask something?
No, I was complimenting her. That's a nice presentation.
It was a nice presentation. Thank you, Vibhusha. Next, we have Neha Singh. Neha,
Yes,
are you
ma'am.
there?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can I share my screen?
Sure.
Ma'am, it is visible?
Yeah,
Yes, it is. Put it on slideshow mode.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Neha Singh. I am a research scholar in MIT University, Lucknow, under the guidance of Dr. Sanam Mohit ma'am. And my topic is challenges of e-governance in the empowering the Mitra women entrepreneur indulge in Madhubani painting cluster. Talking about the background of this study, Madhubani painting is a traditional art form which is practiced by the Mitranchal women, and this legacy is passed down from generation to generation among the Mitranchal region. Today, Madhubani painting is recognized by all over the world, not just for rich color or design, but also the deeply story portrait. Talking about the literature review, which I've done so far, I just mentioned few literature review regarding my topic, that is personal constraint faced by the empowering woman entrepreneur involved in Mithila painting. Mithila painting is another name of Madhubani painting, and the barriers facing the woman entrepreneur in rural India. I study in the Haryana, and e-governance issues and challenges. From literature review, I derive from the research gap that the issues faced by the woman entrepreneur in Madhubani painting cluster with respect to e-governance service which are related to technologies and infrastructure are typically significant and continue to be crucial area of the study under this discussion. The research methodology which I use is based on both primary and secondary data, which was accumulated from various sources such as journal, newspaper, report, and I just interacted with these women artisans and entrepreneurs in a personal way. And the objective of this study is to study the challenges faced by the women entrepreneur in Madhubani painting to analyze the issues and challenges of e-governance. Talking about the challenges of women entrepreneur, lack of innovation in technology. Since childhood, artisans have been practicing the traditional art form, but they are not aware of the contemporary design or the modern design. They don't have the sufficient knowledge of modern design, that they are easily marketable, and Madhubani painting is a good in price also. Due to the restricted mobility, mostly women entrepreneurs are not allowed to go outside from the village to sell their own product in the market. As an Indian economy still follows the Parda system, and the taboo society is of course there. So that's why they are forced in home itself. They prefer to practice poor networking to engage in the contemporary e-commerce sector. One of the most possesses a certain level of digital literacy. In the current investigation, it was determined that networking was not at a high level. Lack of support from government and local bodies. Apart from organizing the exhibition and local trade fair, the government does not provide any other support to them in solving their problems related to infrastructure, finance, entrepreneurial skill, training, marketing training, online selling. Accessibility. In the era of technology, mostly number of people in rural area using phones. In context of India, there is still gap arising between the users and non-users. It is because of language barrier, inadequate infrastructure in rural area. Awareness about the e-governance. Number of women entrepreneurs in rural area has not been aware of it due to lack of illiteracy, not accessibility of internet in rural area, and lack of well using internet services. Usability. Digital literacy is one of the major barriers, as e-government users could be literate or illiterate. If technology or the software could be more user friendly to get this extent, only then people could use in a smooth way. Trust. In today's time, winning the trust of the people is very big challenge by the government, not taking the name of government as an individual perspective point of view also, as they thought by using e-governance service, they are afraid of money or their personal information could be stored in the name of government. Infrastructure. Due to poor electricity, internet, and technology will retard the progress of e-governance. In the context of developing countries like India, there should be enough basic facility needs to be provided in order to boost e-governance. Coming to my conclusion, the women entrepreneurs in Mithranchal region, that is Bihar state, are gradually increasing, and women artisans becoming self-independent and sustaining their livelihood in the society. But still they face challenges regarding e-governance, such as lack of technology, illiteracy, infrastructure, and trust, etc. Other general challenges are posing by e-government, and the benefit of e-governance needs to be practiced from the grassroots level. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Neha. And there's just a small question for you. That what, according to you, is the biggest challenge regarding e-governance in context of Madhubani artisans?
Actually, the main challenges which I thought that lack of digital literacy, as most of the entrepreneurs in the rural area are not aware about they don't have the smartphone even, and they are not have too much knowledge about this fancy word, we can say, because they are illiterate, so many. So and they are not willing to use even the smartphone. They are liking just chota sa phone they use only. They are happy with that only.
Thank you, Neha. Zedi sir. Thank you, Neha. Now, can we have Dr. Tajinder? Dr. Tajinder, are you ready with your things? I think there's some issue with Dr. Tajinder.
She's unmuted, but I don't know. She's not
Ma'am, there is
speaking
some
really.
issue. I had a word with her. She said that she was ready with it, and now she's again muted. So let's move ahead.
Yes, you proceed.
Next, we have Mr. Vinod Sharma.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Vinodji, if you can share your presentation.
I will. Is it visible?
Just a second, it will be visible. Yes, it is visible. Put it on slideshow mode.
Can you see?
Yes, it is
perfectly all right.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vinod Sharma, and today I'll be presenting on e-governance, the Indian perspective, where I'm trying to explore to understand that the e-governance has really, in Indian context, empowered the people and the Indian citizens or not. So let's take a quick look, and I would like to just request you to just share a feedback. Am I audible properly?
Yeah, you are.
Thank you very much. So if you see, actually government is responsible for ensuring that the right decision structure and the accountabilities are shared with the citizens. That's the prime responsibility of the government. So whenever the word and wherever the word accountability shared comes, governance comes into play. So based on this thought, I have developed the premise of my presentation, which talks e-governance, power to empower people, right? Pandemic has made us realize how technology can be used for better governance with greater efficiency and a lower cost. Indian government during pandemic has successfully used e-governance for information propagation, tracing and monitoring, as well as conduction of government processes. So without any further delay, I'll just share with you a small, I wanted to share the definition so that it becomes easy for us to have an understanding of what I'm talking about. So if you talk about the governance perspective, it talks about the combination of processes and structure, where we are intention with to interact, go inform, direct, and manage the activities for which we are going to set the task. Similarly, from the governance came the e-governance. It is basically, as all the speakers and the conveners as well as the experts have spoken, it's the application of information and communication technology. So now I say that whenever we are using technological platform, if you are trying to give government services made available, you're talking about the e-governance. Do keep in mind, I'm again repeating, whenever we are talking about shared accountability is shared, the governance comes into play. Like any other program, governance too will have definitely objectives. The prime objectives I have listed. Because of the shortage of time, I'll read few which are important. First objective of the e-governance is because this enhances the transparencies and the efficiency. What government is doing, how government is doing, who is responsible for what becomes part very clear. And this helps in establishing and improving the trust level in the governance. Now, government is responsible for taking decisions on our behalf for the welfare of the people, for the welfare of the citizens. And at the same time, government need to be very proactive in deciding and taking action also. So e-governance, few objective, I just read it, they want, through the governance, as earlier presenter was saying, in Mithila, the people were, not very well informed because of the poor literacy. The prime objective e-governance is to make the society informed, ease of doing business, growth of development. I'll talk about these points later. There are various, if you talk about the implementation of e-governance, there are various factors, the enablers, I'll say that. E-governance itself is a very holistic term, and I've divided into five factors, enablers. First is the awareness. People need to be aware of the policies, applications, and the benefits of the services which government has made available through the e-governance. So unless and until people are aware of it, it doesn't make any sense. Next is the literacy. Then, there has to be some academic and computer literacy of the users. People should be, oriented, and they have an attitude, and they should be aware of it. Then there has to be ease of use. That is the attitude. If you are giving services which are hard to use, difficult to use, then you will find that the ease of use is slightly of the higher order. Then you talk about when you are sharing information with the citizens and citizens are sharing information with the government, there is a definitely requirement for a legal framework which talks about IT laws and administration. And above all, most important factor, which I consider, or which everybody will agree, is the digitization and the connectivity, that is having infrastructure in place so that the reach of e-governance is from end to end of the country. Now, e-governance, as I said earlier, shared accountability, and it has got certain objective. I mean, I'm not going into detail. I mean, it's like that e-governance has a collective vision and a shared purpose of eradicating poverty. They wanted to control or regulate inflation. They want to bring reforms in the agriculture, and they want a collaboration between state and the center. This was the biggest problem in our country. And they want e-governance helps in bringing out transparencies in the operations and the services offered by the government. Major initiatives, again, this I have included so that I wanted to build up the case that how it started. It started in 1970, and I will not read it, sir, because of the shortage of time. In 2006, as a few years back, National E-Governance Plan was, set up, which was a major initiative. If you look into the evolution model of the e-governance, you will find that from the role of government at the start was like that of enabler, which has now become a transformer. Government started by pushing and publishing the information and services, which was just at the sharing of information level. Then two-way transactions started, that is, there is an interaction between the government and the citizens. This interaction later on turned into a transaction, that is a collaboration between departments, because when at the interaction level, the transactions was taking place in the silos. Departments were individually dealing with the citizens. But at the transaction level, when your government role changed to transformer, we find that there's a lot of collaboration happening between the departments. The information is shared. And as of now, if you look at, we are into the transformation stage where there is a seamless integration of services across department in real time. That is, for example, I deposit money in my bank account, as within a fraction of a second, my balance is updated. Similarly, I can transfer the funds also. So Indian e-governance platform can be accessed through the website. I have given this hyperlink over here. The intention of government was for seamless integration across multiple government departments and jurisdiction, because that's very difficult for the government to achieve. So first was that they wanted that redundancy of data, that is duplication of data, should be avoided. They want to make government services available online as well as on the mobile platform. And for that, the e-governance portal has three sections: the Digital India, National Portal of India, and the PM website. I've given us, to give you a feel of it, I've taken the snapshot of the e-governance platform. It looks like this. Digital India, first section of the platform, Digital India has a listing of programs for empowering citizens. Again, the URL is given. The National Portal of India, this provides access to the information and services related to the government, which are being offered through the e-governance platform. And the PM Indian website, it talks about the PMO office, what is Prime Minister office initiatives are and what they're planning to do. So there are certain major initiatives I'm talking about. These are the listing of it. I'll just read it for you. That's the Digital India Initiative, the National Governance E-Plan, as I have mentioned, E-Kranti for electronic delivery of services, e-learning, e-banking, e-ticketing, e-post, e-court, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, e-application, e-trading on stock exchange, Darpan for voluntary organizations and NGOs, e-Praman for authentication, and so on and so forth. If you look into the sector-wise, what e-governance initiatives are, like say, for instance, in telecom industry, we have Aadhaar-based e-KYC forms, USSD-based mobile banking transactions. USSD is basically, mobile phone per you can use your banking services just like an SMS. It's a protocol. Similarly, major initiatives in the healthcare are National Health Portal, Health Information System, Swasth Bharat, and many things. If you talk about agriculture, we have e-Kranti, e-Panchayat, and if you talk about the fintech industry, that's the big one that has got Jan Dhan Yojana, direct benefit transfer, DigiLocker, as somebody has already mentioned about it. So this brings me to one slide where I see certain trends which will transform digital India in the future, or which is already transforming. I have four sections are there. First is the digital hub. If you look into it, if India wants to become digital hub, as of now, 12% of the total workforce is digitally skilled, but we require 9 times more digital skilled people by 2025 if you want to emerge as a digital hub. We have a connected economy, approximately 1.51 billion mobile phone. The figures might have increased, and approximately 850 million internet users are there. This itself is a way of connecting the entire economical setup. We have a high volume of employable talent. More than 6.4 million graduates are there for every year. So this is going to add on to the skilled labor force. And if you talk about the entrepreneurship and the innovation maturity, we have 1 lakh startups and more than 100 unicorns. We should have by 2025. We have already crossed it. We have more than 100 unicorns now as of 2022. If you look into the vision Digital India, it has the 3 prime objective, which was talking. It talks about that digital infrastructure should be available to every citizen as a utility, just like electricity and water, which is a difficult task for to achieve across the length and breadth of the country. Then we have this along with government services on demand. That is, any services which a citizens require should be made available on demand and easily accessible way. And this should empower the digital citizens. So now, having this backdrop set up, I have now I'll be talking about certain challenges, which
Vinodji, can you just wind up your presentation?
I will, ma'am. I will very shortly. So these are the challenges. I won't talk about it, but these evidences I need to just discuss so that you can establish the fact that yes, e-governance has empowered the people of India. As of now, 131.68 crore cards have been issued. Aadhaar card, more than 930 crore digital signature users are there. DigiLocker and Jan Dhan Yojana, we have now 44.23 crore accounts, and e-services. If you look into it, as per the ETAL platform, there are 4,024 services already integrated. So volume of digital payment has gone by 33%, and a total of 7,422 crore digital payment transactions were there in 21-22. Now, this clearly shows that there is a relevant infrastructure and the policies are there, which are enabling effective digitization of the economy. As a result, government has become more, there is an efficacy of government, and then there is a trust of people in the governance. And so this is what I mean by saying to power to empower. I conclude my presentation by saying the digital government is a means for improving public service delivery, increasing people's engagement, enhancing transparency, accountability, and inclusion, and making life better for all. This to me is a real power to empower the meaning of e-governance. Thank you very much for your patience listening.
Thank you, Vinodji. You have very beautifully summarized e-governance as power to empower. Thank you very much. It was a very exhaustive presentation which you have given.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Ramsha Varsi. Ramsha? Ramsha, are you there?
Yes,
I hope it's going
good afternoon, ma'am.
well.
Good afternoon,
Jyoti,
sir. Yes.
Hey, sir.
इनका presentation ठीक था, ये मेरे scholar थे.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Feedback ले लूँ आपसे.
Very good, very good, very good. वो कहने जरूरत नहीं थी, लग ही रहा था कि स्कॉलर है.
टेंशन में मैं बैठा था. मैंने कहा ज़ैदी साहब के सामने.
Absolutely,
ठीक है, चलिए.
Right.
Right, thank you, sir.
Ramsha, can you share your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Ramsha, carry on.
Yes, sir.
Load your PPT up, share with it.
So is it visible now?
Coming out.
Yes, it will be in a minute or so.
Yes,
it is there.
Put on presentation mode, Ramsha.
Yes, sir.
Slide mode.
Ramsha, is there any issue?
Yes, ma'am. It is not showcasing in the slideshow. I have done it.
It is there. You can just put on this.
So it is on the slideshow. May I
No,
start?
it's not there. It's not there, but you can put on the slideshow. Icon is
If it's
visible.
not happening, then please you can
Yes,
continue.
it's okay.
Yes, it is there.
Yes, come.
So it is there. It is there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Good afternoon to all. Myself, Ramsha Varsi, presenting you the presentation on the title, Role of Social Media in E-Governance. Introduction. Governments across the world are responsible to their citizens and society at large, as they are accountable for preserving the interest of the general public. Driven by the rising citizen prospects and the need for government innovation, social media has become a key component of electronic government in a very short period of time. Social media provides users with deep and rich experience for participation, interaction, and collaboration. With the inclusion of mobile technology, there has not only been an intense rise in the number and type of social media tools, but their use is also an increase. Given the substantial evidence to suggest a steady rise in the predominance of social media among citizens of all walks of life, government organizations are now increasingly experimenting with social technology to communicate with their citizens. Purpose of this paper makes an attempt to explore current use of social media for e-governance in government organization, and lastly, to suggest recommendations to government organizations on how to implement social media effectively in terms of encouraging citizens' uptake of this technology to interact with government programs. We reviewed a total of 115 research articles in order to address the purpose of this paper. A search was performed in the Scopus database using the frequently occurring set of 2 keywords, including social media and electronic government, with various other similar names and more specific and frequently used type, such as social network, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, Web 2.0 for social media, and digital government, e-government, e-governance for the electronic government. All these distinguished key set of words were linked to each other using the logical AND. The key findings were, firstly, politicians, citizens, and government throughout the globe, including from the least developed countries, have demonstrated effective use of social media tools to revolutionize governance arrangements, mobilize movement against in support of governments, hold election campaign, sustain government-citizen communication in disorder. Social sites not only offers benefits to e-governance by intensifying and monitoring services, but also reduce cost while improving their quality. Thirdly, using social media channels, government can post job advertisement, promote services, seek public feedback, cooperation, and collaborate across its geographically diverse agencies. Lastly, social media has enormous prospect for increasing citizen usage of e-service and e-participation. Its greater usage by public could increase transparency, which in turn can increase trust on the government. Research limitation. As with other studies, this study is not without limitation. Firstly, the keywords analysis fetched us 221 articles, but we could get access of only 115 articles. The majority of the articles which could not be accessed were from conference proceedings and book chapters. Secondly, or lastly, our research activities were limited to occurrence of 2 keywords, that is e-government and social media. In their various forms in the article title, abstracts, and keywords, we fully acknowledge that there may be some studies that lack these keywords and can still be related to the main theme of this paper. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Thank you all for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Ramsha. Thank you. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
You are mute. Dr. Azra, you are mute.
Okay, next we have Dr. Tajinder Kaur. She is saying that she is ready with her presentation. So
Yes.
if Tajinder ma'am. I don't know what is the issue with her. She sent me a message.
Ramsha, first you
ready.
unshare, please. Yes. Now, Azra, can you see Dr. Tajinder?
She has joined and she sent me a message that she's ready with it, and then she's not able to.
Now I think she's not here. So better you proceed with the other candidate.
Okay. So next we have Anu Pandey. Miss Anu Pandey. Anu?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries.
Good afternoon, Anu.
Is my slide visible now?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries. This is Anu Pandey, research scholar from Amity Business School. My paper title is Impact of E-Governance on Investors' Investing Style in Indian Stock Market. Basically, here the term e-governance I have related with the effective governance in terms of stock market. And in stock market, the role of government is completely played by the SEBI, that is a regulatory authority. So in this paper, I have considered the role of SEBI as an effective governance body on investors' investing style in Indian stock market. So the digital transformation in the stock market came in 1997, which resulted in a paradigmic shift in activities. This much needed sophistication resulted in a huge boost to the market, and there brought an entire change. Earlier, the transactions were taking place in hand-to-hand, but entire the system shifted to online trading, and it started in US first. So as far as the governance is concerned, Indian stock market is regulated by SEBI, that is Securities Exchange Board of India, which is a regulatory body, and it drafts all the rules and regulations regarding the stock market, its governance, and its monitoring, everything. So here, if we talk about the digital transformation, so the term comes as online trading. So online trading basically facilitates an investment experience. It helps the investors to interact with the stock market, interact with the stock brokers, securities, their prices in terms of electronic mode, enabling the stockbrokers to acquire the digital information. This governance or this system has brought a complete change in the stock market, and this has established a link between the investor to distribute account statements electronically, fast and easy. So the objectives that I've considered in this paper is first to find out what is the current status of e-trading in Indian stock market. Secondly, then what are the advantages of these e-trading resulting in the investment pattern of the investors. And the last is what is the effectiveness of this governance of Indian stock market through investors' perception. If I talk about the research methodology, so here I have considered the narrative literature review, which is being followed here. The papers are being peer reviewed. They are taken into consideration from the databases like Scopus, Web of Science, etc. So that to maintain a quality assessment. These are some of the websites that have considered, and they have productive work and literature available on the digitalization of the Indian stock market and the governance of SEBI in the stock market. So if we talk about the results and discussion, as per my first objective to find out the current status of e-trading in Indian stock market, online trading has grown up that I've discussed. It is now completely capturing the market, and 99% of the work which is being done in the stock market is done electronically. Online trading has now started incorporating the machine learning and artificial intelligence also, that has focused on the planning of the finances as being facilitated. And mobile trading is also started in the Indian stock market, which has given a more personal and contiguous space for the investors who are the customers in the stock market. Then objective 2, to find out the advantages of e-trading. First and foremost advantage, which is very important for the investor, is time consuming, which is the very big disadvantage, because investors, they have to visit to the stock brokers and they have to give their times for dealing with the securities. Now they can have interaction electronically. Online trading can be less time consuming. It has given a complete power or a control to the investors. There are less chances of the error making in the investment, and they are effective, seamless. So these are the advantages that we can see that has brought in the market through e-trading. So if I talk about the effectiveness of the governance, So we all are aware of the function of the SEBI. That is, first is protective functions completely towards the investors, regulatory functions to safeguard the rights and duties, and to have a completely shell over to the investors, and development function to bring new changes, new opportunities for the investors in the market. So effective governance after the SEBI, it came into power. Now stock market affairs are more healthier, more transparent. That I have considered as a transparency. And although unfair activities are happening in Indian stock market, but the situation is better if we compare the situation before e-trading and after the e-trading. So this is the content that this is the major portion that I have considered as effective governance. So SEBI is getting stronger day by day in its functioning, and this is what I have considered as e-governance in Indian stock market. Thank you.
Thank you, Anu. It was an interesting study, interesting presentation also. So what was the perception of the investor after implementation of e-governance? Has it changed positively?
Ma'am, it has changed in both the aspects, because there are certain investors who are still not aware of the facilities which are being provided in the market, but there are the players, market players, who wants their time to be saved. So it has helped as a weapon for them.
Okay, thank you, Anu. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Shubham Kumar.
Mr. Ma'am,
Dr. Tejinder Kaur is there. He is visible now.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
After Shubham, we can take Tejinder ma'am's presentation.
Yes.
If she's ready with everything, because she's there, but she's not able to present. Shubham?
Slide is visible?
Just a minute. It is
Meanwhile,
visible.
rest
Click
of
on
you are
slide two.
requested to please keep yourself on mute when the presentation is going on. Yes, everybody please.
A very good afternoon to you all. My name is Shubham Kumar, and my topic is rural development through e-governance in Uttar Pradesh. E-governance or electronic governance is a system of delivering government services, exchange of information, and integration of various government systems with the use and application of information and communication technology. It is a kind of link between the government and its citizen. It provides 24/7 services during the whole year. E-government services can be availed through the system of application of mobile, internet services, TV, and radios. The rural population is considered as illiterate and they get the most benefit from the activities of TV, radio. Some of the e-government initiatives in the state of UP are Lokmani. Lokmani was developed to address the administration reform and public grievances. E-Suvidha was developed have a single window for all kinds of utility services. It was aimed with benefiting the citizens of each district of state. It is a systematic and well integrated citizen service center. E-Seva portal was set up to promote MSME, and it was as a link or bridge between citizen and various government schemes. E-Koshwani was a gateway to financial activities in state of UP. E-Jan-Suvidha Kendra was a national portal to deliver services like Aadhaar, caste certificates, domiciles, etc. Srishti software was developed by the Ministry of Public Works Department as a geographical integration system based road information system. Ulek was created by government of UP to digitalize the land record in order to increase the transparency and land management system of the government and its citizens. The objectives of this research paper are to analyze the various schemes of e-governance available in Uttar Pradesh, And the second one is to identify the various opportunities and challenges of e-governance for the rural development in Uttar Pradesh. The methodology part of this paper is descriptive in nature, and secondly, it is collected from the books, research articles, newspaper reports, and from the website of Ministry of Rural Development and various government documents. The conclusion of this paper was the rural areas were lagging behind in terms of development, infrastructure, and services such as roads, nutrition, schooling, and government services. Campaigns like Digital India by the Government of India has made considerable efforts to reduce the digital divide among the rural population of Government of Uttar Pradesh. Individuals can directly access the service of government by eliminating the middleman by the use of e-governance. Successful implementation of e-governance programs in rural areas requires assertive IT infrastructure, which is mostly lagging in the state or a village of UP, because most of them are illiterate and backward. Economic backwardness and social backwardness is the biggest hurdle in the path of their resilience. That's all from my end. Thank you. I'm open to your suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Shubham, for your presentation. One is that since you were talking about that rural area is lagging in all the e-development and all schemes. So what do you think could be some of the ways which can overcome this lacuna?
Ma'am, the biggest problem is because of education, lack of education. They are the victim of the problem. I'm giving the example of Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana. In this scheme, the government officials passed money which was much more and which was developed for the application purpose. So they are the victims because of their backwardness in terms of education and social backwardness. So if we work on the part of education, we can overcome all these situations.
Okay. Thank you, Shubham.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, can we take a presentation of Dr. Tajinder Kaur?
Yes, ma'am.
Shubham, can you unshare your screen?
Dr. Tajinder Kaur, please.
Oh, finally, ma'am, we can see you. Put it on slideshow mode, ma'am.
Yes, please. Your voice is not clear, it's not audible. Please speak loudly. Adjust your speaker.
We can't hear you, Dr. Tajinder. I think there is some network issue with her.
We are seeing your slides, but cannot hear you.
Dr. Tajinder, you can remove your earphone and then try, because you're not at all audible. Yeah, remove the earphone once and then speak, please.
I'll be speaking aloud.
Yes.
Yeah,
Now you are audible,
perfectly all
properly
right.
audible. Please continue.
The condition of women has always been unsatisfactory from decades, resulting illiteracy, suffering, poor health, lack of participation in decision making, financial dependency, giving negative effect in the development of the family. Women constitute around half of the population of the world, but their condition is still not satisfactory. They perform household work, which is not paid. For improvement of the condition of women, it was found that they must be encouraged to participate in economic activities. Gender equity is one of the sustainable goals of the United Nations. It was seen that women are not living their life to the fullest. In order to improve their situation, they should be encouraged to participate in economic activities. But when they step out of their houses, they face another problem, that is sexual harassment. Then what sexual harassment is? It is faced by all the women at one or other point of time in their life. When women are encouraged to participate in economic activities, sexual harassment at workplace needs to be addressed. If ignored, it adversely affects health and development of a woman. Glass ceiling is another way of ignoring women at workplace, as they cannot think and take bold and wise decisions. It makes women to fight for their right on daily basis by emphasizing that she should not be ignored and others must be respectful to her. Sexual harassment also means disrespectful towards women. According to ILO, International Labour Organization, sexual harassment results in large monetary costs for government and employers, particularly in terms of medical care and counseling, low productivity, case settlement, judicial monetary awards. For employers, sexual harassment can also lead to significant reputation cost. It also creates significant health, economic, and career cost for victims. And according to Windward Survey 2021, young women from 18 to 24 age are one who have suffered the most from sexual harassment compared to other age group. In the year 2020, it was 18%, and in the year 2021, it increased to 19%. Countries with the highest percentage of sexual harassment in the year 2021 are Mexico with 26%, Ecuador 24%, Chile 22%. Least cases of sexual harassment are in Philippines, China, and Croatia. Then there is the review of literature. There was research gap. There is lack of study on the role of e-governance on prevention of sexual harassment. Objective of study: the role of paper is to address quick and safe way of complaining sexual harassment. Now, what is the meaning of sexual harassment? It is physical contact or advances, demand or request for sexual favors, making sexually colored remarks, showing pornography, any other unwelcome physical, verbal, or non-verbal conduct of sexual nature. The following is also considered under sexual harassment, that is preferential treatment in her employment, threat of detrimental treatment in her employment, threat about her present or future employment status, interference with her work, humiliating treatment likely to affect her health or safety. Most of the cases are not reported, and in many cases there is lack of evidence in filing the complaint. Then how technology is going to help women to prove herself that she was not treated respectfully or there was a case of sexual harassment. The first point comes in this context is filing complaint through email. Earlier, when mail was not an option for filing a complaint, then we used to file it by writing. And in every organization, there is a harassment committee or internal grievance committee where you have to give in writing your complaint. That may be embarrassing for the concerned person, that everyone will know what has happened to that person and she is filing complaints. So now almost all the organization have their email IDs. So one can file through email its complaint, and that will be registered and will be redressed. It will be sent to the appropriate person for handling of it. And even if you are not comfortable, then Women and Child Development of India has given its own another www.shebox.nic.in. If in your organization it is not addressed, then you can file over here also, then it will come to your organization. So this is one of the best way, I suppose, where you can file your complaint. Then installation of cameras at workplace. Technology has made everything transparent. So even if you are alone in a meeting or any of the place in your organization, everything is cast by the camera, and voice is also recorded over there. So when we call that in case of sexual harassment, there is lack of evidence. These cameras will help a lot to make sure what has happened to the complainant. Then a safety pin. This is a mobile app which provides information regarding public safety to the user. It helps them to plan their route of journey. It helps women and girls to choose safe route journey while traveling alone, hence helps in reducing crime rate. It also helps government by providing data about unsafe places, thereby increasing safety measures like patrolling of police, installing cameras, etc. thereby making them safe place to visit. Then is Maru. It is a chat box which helps girls and women by providing advice from experts to tackle online harassment. Hence, it provides valuable information that too with privacy. SafeLate. This bracelet helps the wearer to send location to family members and call for help. Geotag of the user can trace the location of the wearer, and there is microphone which can record sound that can help in tracing the harasser. Then is Smart Disha. This is a safety app where the user can send alert to police, family or friends for support while traveling in public transport. For using this service, a person requires phone with Bluetooth. World Bank is working with West Bengal Transport Department on this project. Then is SafeU mobile app. It helps the user to send messages to family, friends, and police in emergency situation. Then is social media. Nowadays, we find that social media is very loud. It sends message to the concerned person. We have a global way of representing our problem. So it provides a virtual platform where researchers on women and safety are discussed that covers individual nation to the whole world. Different measures taken are discussed that help the reader to participate in discussion and learn problem and its solution from different angles. To conclude, it can be said that technology has not only provided additional help to the women and girls, more is required to be done to stop sexual harassment. That is, training of employees to respect each gender, no tolerance to sexual harassment, encouraging online complaint of sexual harassment, etc. Additionally, when we talk of technology, it should be properly checked that emails provided are working or not, camera installed are recording correctly or not. More emphasis must be given to make women strong physically, emotionally, and mentally so that she can use technology to protect herself. Training of women to address mistreatment with them and break glass ceiling can help them to perform better at workplace. This is all about my presentation, and these are the references I have taken.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. No, thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. And it was very interesting to know so many apps related to sexual harassment. Thank you very much. Next, we have Ajit Singh. Okay, then we have Ravi Kumar.
One observation, Dr. Azra.
Yes, sir.
In the previous presentation, when she mentioned that the least countries having the least cases of harassment were China and Croatia. Now, China and Croatia, if we will go a little deeper, do not report the correct data.
All about reporting.
And there is also a lot of, subjugation and suppression of all these harassment. The culture and the society do not encourage. So those numbers may be misleading when she says that these are the two countries which are having least these incidences. Anyway, just a thought.
Of sexual harassment, it is all about reporting, and all over the world, reporting is lesser than what the case are.
So,
Dr. Azra, sir.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Ruiz, you were saying something. You can continue with that.
So it's just that we need to have the social context as well. Economies which are very open would have higher level of reporting happening. So it may appear that there are more incidences of harassment happening there, which may be a slightly misleading thing unless probed a little deeper. That was my thinking, and I thought I'll just share it with the forum. Though Zeri sir would have far better insights into this domain.
No, I thought that Dr. Azra will be speaking on my concluding remark, but
yes, sir.
But the observation is so emergent nature that I thought that I should not wait till then. I will just mention one observation on this.
Please,
Dr. Tejinder, in your introductions to the sexual harassment, you have used the word that all the women are facing sexual harassment. I think this is a very, very serious statement which require a review. You may say that women are at high risk. They might be a soft target, but using the word all the women categorically, you have mentioned the word, you have written it, you have made the presentation that all the women are sexually harassed in one time or the other in their life. I think that requires a scientific review of your statement. So over to Azra.
Sir, I would like to intervene here. Sir, if you permit.
Sure.
Sir, I being a woman, and I very strongly agree to what the presenter has said. My friends, my colleagues, my relatives, everybody, not even a single person was left without being sexually harassed in their lifestyle.
Some form or the other.
Some form or the other. So we very strongly agree to this statement.
Well, this would be another point of discussion and the independent seminar on this. So let us not to go into the detail of controversy. But my only thing is that it is better to use. It is better to use the soft target or high risk. Using the word all the women, it is we are giving a very adverse commentary on the scenario of society, which is not in fact, and also discouraging our students or the new generations to come out of the house. So even if it is there, which I don't agree with you, categorically I don't agree with you, even if the situation is so bad, we should not officialize this statement. And we can say the same thing the better way that they are at high risk case. Over to Azra for further proceeding of the session.
Okay, next we have Mr. Ravi Kumar. Ravi, are you there?
Yes.
Hmm. Hmm.
Is the slide visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson and co-chairperson. Today I am Ravi Kumar, research scholar of MT Business School, here to present my paper on title Impact of E-Governance on Effective Functioning of E-Commerce. E-governance in India is developed with the growth of technology. It has reduced difficulties for business, provide immediate information, and enable digital communication by e-business. E-governance provides convenience, efficiency, and transparency. So the objective of this paper is to identify the factor of e-governance affecting the growth of e-commerce and to study the impact of e-governance on effective functioning of e-commerce in present scenario. Research methodology of this study is based on secondary data and literature reviews done on to understand the concept of the framework, growth, prospects of e-governance on effective functioning of e-commerce. The finding of the proposed the paper is analyzed on the basis of a SWOT analysis, that is strength, weakness, opportunity, threat. Here we can see that the strength of the e-governance is changing environment, time saving, user friendly, low operating cost, expanding business, increase customer base area. The weaknesses are privacy and security, extra expenses, inadequate facility for electronic payments, lack of personal interaction, hidden cost, delay of receiving goods. The opportunities are online business, cash on delivery, electronic cash, location-based services, customer relationship management, improving customer experience, payment of transaction, and opportunities of new business also. The threats are the customer and digital experiences, which are not familiar to everyone, the risk and fraud and the cyber security issues, the compliance framework, the tax and regulatory structure, which is very complex, the payment and transaction methods. So through the literature review, the result concludes that e-governance in commerce has helped simplifying the process of business, government, and employees. Instead, it has helped provide access to services anytime and anywhere. High transparency has increased customer trust, loyalty. The e-commerce sector is maturing and a number of players are entering in the market. This will not be without its share of challenges, be it operational, regulatory, or digital. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi.
Thank you.
Next, we have Neha Pandey.
Ravi, please unshare your slides. I hope my slide is visible.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my topic for today is the role of e-governance in imparting education to learners. And my guide is Dr. Nimish Gupta, under whose guidance I'm doing this. So when we're talking about e-governance, it has played a very major role in imparting education to the learners when in the times of pandemic. So entire country's education system was abandoned and turning to online learning instead. The move to e-learning has a massive impact on the educational infrastructure of the academic institutions. Technological advancement has given us the ability to provide learners in various fields with effective form of online learning. It made the learners familiar with conducting online classes, getting online certifications, participating in online forums, and appearing for online text and examination. E-governance has played a major role when it comes to organizing and imparting education to these learners. I have done some literature review for gaining the knowledge regarding e-governance, basically related to imparting education. The research gap which I found was there a lack of study on how government initiatives in India are helping the higher education learners in gaining the knowledge. My objective is to identify the government initiatives that are assisting the learners in gaining knowledge through e-learning platforms. Methodology which I have used is descriptive in nature and based on published secondary data, which I basically collected from the Indian government various websites. And then I basically targeted all those e-learning platforms and initiatives which are targeting the higher educational programs or the students, or for the development of you can say dropout students, or basically belonging to higher education. Then I have used the Scopus database for collecting the papers which I used in the research. Some of the findings include that following are the programs or the government initiatives which had a very major role in imparting education to the learners. Number one was the Diksha platform, which is giving the educational knowledge. Secondly, Swayam Prabha channel, which is currently running and is having 32 channels, which is providing lecture by lecture and you can say course book lectures to the students and making them understand the basic concepts which they are not able to understand at their own pace. So the teachers are being appointed and they are giving lectures there. Then we have Siksha Van and e-Pathshala, which is available 24/7 for the availability, which is available 24/7 to provide knowledge and guidance to the students whenever they need. Then there is a new pattern, or that you can say the courseware, which is MOOC, which we call it as massive open online courseware, in which we have synchronous and asynchronous type of data sharing or educational sharing. In synchronous, what happens, there is live streaming, like the student and the teacher is present in a live meeting either on Google Meet or WebEx or any other digital platforms. There is a simultaneously sharing of knowledge between them. But with asynchronous courseware, we have the recorded lectures, which is available online. The students can go learn from them and then give several tests for the certifications. Then lastly, we have National Repository of Open Educational Resources, which is created by IITs, and it has around 17,500 textbooks and e-textbooks, which is helping students to gain knowledge and improve their existing skills. The conclusion which I found is that in response to the existing pandemic, the Indian government took several steps, and the online educational infrastructure has it is in its very infant stage, and it is developing in India day by day. And these initiatives are considered insightful when imparting education to the learners. So this was all from my side. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Neha.
Nice, very nice.
It was quite interesting one. So that was the last presentation for the first technical session. And now I would request session chair, Professor Zaidi to offer his concluding remark and summarize the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Azra, and all the presenters. Today we had 12 papers enlisted, out of which
10
have
presented.
been done. So very well participation, and students have, presenters, scholars have taken the exercise very seriously. Well, if I go through the varieties of paper, it starts from empowerment of women to the harassment of women, and shows that very wide range. And every presenter tried to examine the objective of e-governance and its fulfillment. I would say that the e-governance was introduced, whoever was there, with the sole intention to ease the life of the citizen, to reach unreachable, to facilitate interaction with the government, from government to citizen without any media, without any middleman, not media, middleman. So let us there try to explain that whether all these things could be achieved or not. Of which I have certain reservation for a few things, that the place like India, which is highly diverse in population, in geography, in educational level, in reachable, in approachable, in technology availability, infrastructure availability. So how far we could achieve the target of complete satisfaction or greatly satisfaction, that would always be a big question and research question, particularly when there is a situation where there is no connectivity, there is no internet, which we have seen recently when we were conducting the examination, many students were practically in trouble. They were concerned much more than the subject, the IT system. And it was a good solution during the COVID, but how far they could approach, they could utilize, that would always be questions, particularly when there is no alternative. Many of the schemes has been withdrawn totally from contact face-to-face basis, and there is no other option but to go through e-governance system or IT system. And if IT is not available, IT is not efficiently available, so the citizen at large is at risk. A very simple example, if you come out from your airport and all these things, if your system is not working, you cannot book the taxi. I mean, Uber and this Ola is totally responding through your IT system. And if it is not working properly, you are standing there and vehicle is standing there, you cannot book, so you cannot travel, you cannot avail the facilities. So this type of artifacts, this type of limitations are still there, and hence there is a big question that how far this our preparedness, our facility, our infrastructure is easing the life of, because one of the presenter has also mentioned that ease the life, and that was one of the objectives. The second is that reaching to unreachable, that I've already discussed. Trust and confidence, how far we have developed the trust and confidence in the system and mechanism. I think it is fairly good. We are now, after booking our request, after putting our request, we are quite often, we are quite satisfied that our money is safe comparatively, and we will get the response immediately, and we get response immediately whenever there is a transaction. Exceptional case would always be there when there would be some fraud, there would be some, by and large. I don't believe in seeing that if one leaf is dry, so I would say the entire tree is dry. I would say that the entire tree is green except one leaf. So exceptional cases may be there, but by and large, we could definitely have developed the confidence and trust in the system. But at the end of it, my two big questions that whenever we talk about the transparency can only be assured if the ethics are also involved into this. The IT would give you the result, the data you would be feeding on. And the data is still collected manually. The data is still processing basically by your own whims, by your biasness, by your own liking or disliking. The data which you would be feeding will give you the result. And there lies the ethics and ethical issues. Need not to say any specific things, but we are seeing day and night that there are a lot of controversial reports generated through IT system. And that report you are fully convinced is not very genuine, because the person who is doing the feeding is a basically human being, and he is not free from natural bias, natural ethical issues, natural prejudice and all these things. So that is one point which is there. And at the end of the things, to me, unless we could revive, we could develop sustainable psychological well-being, no scheme is of any great effect. There is a big research question for you and for anybody who has been interested in e-governance, that could we make our citizen, our user of the e-governance system more socially and psychologically happy and well-being is been induced, or we are still under the same stress, which is also a very big question. So with this, I think it was a very good program, very good conference, a lot of presentations, and congratulations to organizer. Dr. Rohit is here. Thank you very much for joining this session all through. And Dr. Azra, over to you, sir. Or in fact, your concluding remark, Dr. Rohit.
It's been a pleasure having you here with us to share your insights. You were kind enough to take time out to join our inaugural session as well today. And of particular relevance are these insights which you have cultivated over a very extensive, very long experience of dealing with various psychological problems, issues throughout your career. So hence, we thought that you would be an invaluable source of insights and knowledge for all of us. And you have far exceeded our expectations, sir. Thank you so much for taking time out, for being with us so patiently. I know your desk is very crowded. Things are waiting, catching fire, but still, I thank you so much on behalf of the Amity Business School and me personally for being here with us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the end of the first technical session. Thank you, Professor Zedi, for chairing this session. And thank you especially for providing the psychological insight to e-governance, which is very rare and much needed. Thank you, Rohit, sir, for the much needed support. And thank you, each participant, for making this session an enriching one with your presentation. Thank you very much. And now I invite Dr. Amit Sinha to start the second technical session for the conference. Thank you very much.
Sir, can I leave now because I have so many work to be done?
Certainly, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Azra. Very good evening, everyone. I am feeling honored and delighted to welcome each one of you to the second technical session of the conference, E-Governance, Empowering Citizen and Organization for Nation Building. So thank you each one of you for joining us, though we are conducting this on online mode. So in this session, along with us, we are having a guest chairperson of this session, Dr. Manisha Seth. So welcome, ma'am, on behalf of Amity Business School and entire Amity fraternity. I'm delighted to have you on this forum. So a little bit I would like to apprise all the members, those who have joined us, about the Dr. Manisha. Dr. Manisha Seth is a proven thought leader and an academician. Uh, she is currently associated with Jaipuria Institute of Management. She is a senior professor in the area of HRM and organizational behavior. She is also heading the area chair at Jaipuria Institute of Management. And she is not just an academician, she is an excellent trainer. And as a trainer, she has been associated with the reputed government institutions like NABARD, BIRD, UPMRC, Power Grid, Airport, and so many. So I will get the time will be lesser to give the full introduction of Dr. Manisha Seth here. And Dr. Manisha Seth is a keen learner and has acquired many certifications, including she is certified trainer in the DISC profiling by Valley and psychometric testing by Indian Institute of Business Psychology. So, Dr. Manisha, we welcome you on behalf of Amity Business School, and I am feeling really honored to have you here. So,
thank you so much, Dr. Amit, for a nice, crisp introduction, and I'm really privileged to be here as a session chair and looking forward to some really good presentations in the session.
Okay, so with the permission of chair, we will start the proceeding. Before we go for the further paper presentation, so as we people are discussing here right from the morning about the e-governance, and we are trying to connect it with the empowering citizen and organization for the nation building. And when the Prime Minister of the nation has had a dream of 5 trillion economy, so e-governance is something without which we cannot imagine 5 trillion economy. E-governance, I consider e-governance as a tool, as a platform, as a tool which bring the democracy in true sense. Because e-governance, when we look at the e-governance, broadly we look at the 4 parts: government to citizen, government to business, government to employees, and government to government. So in this session, we have gathered an impressive lineup of 14 research papers to be presented here, which will be broadly covering the G2E segment, governance to employ, and primarily, if I speak, it is moreover covering the HR perspective, where e-governance can be used as a differentiator in adapting the HR policies and designing the HR strategy. So, with the permission of chair, I would like to invite the first presenter, and to assist us in this session, we have with us our research scholar Shubham Kumar. He is the rapporteur for this session, and he will help us to invite the scholars. I hope Shubham, first presenter, Mr. Mahendra Kumar Sharma, is ready with his presentation.
Mr. Mahendra Kumar Sharma, are you there? Mr. Mahendra? So shall I move with seconds?
Yeah, yes, move to next one.
Miss Anamika Singh.
Yes. Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Anamika Singh, pursuing PhD from Integral University, and I am presenting. My topic is an overview of training and development in public sector, and my co-author is Farina Sardar Khan from Integral University.
Just 1 minute, Anamika.
Yes.
Ma'am, Professor Manisha, I think 5 to 6 minutes per presenter will be
Yes, I
sufficient
was
enough.
about to say that if there are some specific time-related guidelines, we must share that so that all the participants give their presentation within the time.
Yeah, because we
Yes.
have in total 75 minutes session have been defined.
Okay,
So
okay.
14 scholars, so 14 presenters are there. So 5 to
Yes,
6
yes.
minutes. So keep your
Yes, yes.
presentation crisp, right? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Please start.
Yes. Firstly, telling about content. This is my content. Abstract introduction, literature review, research problem and research objective, stage of training and development program, methods, models,
Slides are
conclusion
not
and
visible.
references.
We can only see the dashboard.
Show your PPT.
Okay.
Your
PPT.
Anamika, we can see your download folder only.
Please
share your PPT.
Just 1 minute.
Reshare your screen.
Yes, yes. One minute. I'm sorry.
In slideshow.
Abstract. Yes, thank you.
Put it on slideshow mode, please.
Slides. 1 minute. Yes.
From beginning.
Yes. G. Firstly, we discuss about content, abstract introduction, a literature review, research problem, stage of training and development, methods, models, conclusion, and references. Abstract. The concept of training and development play a very important role in our organization in India. It is essential for every employee development as well as organization. It also helps manager for motivating team mates, organizing, controlling, and in implementing. This article is a review paper of training and development. In this paper, we discuss about the training stage, organization, society, and also make a model for training and development. Actually, show नहीं हो रहा है. According to McKinsey, a talented workforce which improved capability, skills and knowledge become a significant advantage in the organization. For the right person on the right job, organization need employees with the desired knowledge, skills, and abilities. Require effective training programs, which also improve the employees' motivation and organizational commitment. Organization required to optimize employees' potential according to the job specification. For achieving this goal, organization does long-term planning for building new skills in the employee for the time of change. In an organization, employees are the main assets, and for maintaining these assets, training and development play an essential role. Employees' performance of the organization and employee performance enhanced by the training. Identify the need of training and development. Management should compute it as follow. Training and development is equal to SP, standard performance minus actual performance. There are some areas which come under the employees development, and they are listed below: technological development, personality development, interpersonal relationship, problem solving techniques, supervisory training programs, quality improvement programs, time management skills, employee efficiency development program, violence prevention programs, workplace safety and communication. These are literature reviews. In the era of fast changing technology, the business world faces uncertainties. In the given table, we describe about the training and development, training and importance of training, employee performance, the relationship between training and employee performance. There are research problem and research objective. Research problem, most of the organization, private or government, that are still not working on the employees training at the time of economic decline. Many organizations reduce the training budget and it's increased the turnover rate or increase the hiring cost, which lead the losses for the organization. And the research question, what is the training? Sorry. Research question, what is the training, importance of training in the employee career growth and how it affects the organization? For finding the question answer to this question, we reviewed those research papers which impact the training and lead to the growth of employees career and organization. Research objective, to investigate the meaning, methods, and importance of training, to identify the benefits of our individual, organization, and society, to explore the relationship between training and employees performance, construct a model for enhancing the benefit of employees training. Research methodology, research design, type of study, descriptive study, source of data collection, secondary database studies. Secondary data included research paper, articles, books, and thesis. And stage of training and development program, assessment of training, designing the training and development program, implementation of training program, evaluation of training program. Methods of training and development, on-job training method and off-job training method. On-job training method, job rotation, job coaching, job instruction, apprenticeship and internship and assessmentship. Off-job classroom lectures, audiovisuals, simulation and sensitivity training. Models for maximizing the benefit of training and development. Need assessment and pre-training stage, training design and delivery, training evaluation, transfer of training and feedback. Conclusion. In this research paper, develop the on training performance and give some light of the literature on training. This paper also presents the benefit of training and development for the individual, team, organization, and society. We also present a suggestive model for maximizing the benefit of training and given the implementation of the suggestive model. And reference. These are references. Thank you.
Thank you, Anamika. Professor Manisha, any observation or suggestion from your side?
Yeah, it is a nice presentation and quite pertinent in the times of like we have all gone through the pandemic phase and where we realize the importance of training. So definitely this topic is important, but somehow it looks to me that there is lack of clarity in terms of research questions that you are trying to answer through this paper, because there are too many aspects that you have included related to training and development, right? It's a huge, it's a big functional area of HR. So probably you need to be more specific about the research questions and objectives that you are trying to address in your research paper. So maybe if you would like to clarify a little bit on that.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're working, you've taken the good paper, but then there is somehow need for being more focused on certain aspects of training and development that you are trying to take up in your study.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Please end share.
Shubham, please invite. Next one is Ms. Pallavi Singh. Okay. Her presentation was scheduled in previous technical session, but due to some reason, she couldn't make.
She is here.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Pallavi Singh. I'm a research scholar from Sri Ram Swaroop Memorial University, Barabanki, and I am pursuing my I'm pursuing my PhD on the topic conditional promotion on online research, and here I am to present the topic e-governance and digital India empowering Indian citizens through technology.
Pallavi, kindly put your presentation in slideshow mode.
Sure, sir, doing that. Hope that's okay, sir. Sir, I've done that. Is that the presentation okay? Can I go ahead, sir?
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Please. Yeah, Pallavi, continue.
Yes. So to start with, I would like to talk about what e-governance is. E-governance is the series of actions bringing about public support services to the people of India, utilizing the ICT with reliability, transparency, and efficiency without breaking the concept of cost effectiveness, thus enabling a digitally empowered India. To ensure empowerment of Indian citizens, e-governance government has taken up certain factors like infrastructure as a basic utility to every citizen, digitalization, users acceptability, cloud computing, etc. Then we will be talking about digital empowerment of citizens and governance and services on demand. E-governance help to penetrate in the dense population of country like India and make things work in true sense. E-governance can eradicate poverty, reduce inequality. Objective of this paper would be to study the concept of digital India, understand the government initiatives for e-governance, how it affects different aspects of governance, and to know its impact in the lives of Indian citizens. So we talk about National E-Governance Plan 2.0. National E-Governance Plan 1 was initiated in 2006, and then in 2014 came National E-Governance Plan 2.0. Generally, one common challenge faced by every organization is to how to serve their customers better. And increasingly, we are accustomed to enhanced service deliveries by private sectors. So we means citizens and business, they view public sector also as another service provider. Services for which we are paying as taxes. So National E-Governance Plan here comes with 31 mission mode projects. They include agriculture, land records, health, passport, police, court, municipality, commercial taxes, treasuries, etc. So they basically cover all the aspects. So 9 pillars of Digital India Program 2.0 are as follows: broadband highways, statewide, which comprises statewide area networks, national knowledge networks, and national optical fiber networks. Universal access to mobile. Here, around 42,300 villages have mobile connectivity. Public internet access programs, around 2.5 lakh CSCs. CSCs are delivery points at panchayat level for delivery of government services. Then comes e-governance, obviously, and e-Kranti, to use technology for service delivery. Information for all, to provide open access to government information and documents online. Electronic manufacturing, to target the zero import, and there are various initiatives like economies of scale, skill development, government procurements, etc. IT for jobs, to provide necessary skills so that the youth of India is eligible and they can avail jobs in IT sectors. Early harvest programs focuses on e-greetings from the government, biometric attendance, Wi-Fi in all universities, and so on. So the main part of this 9 pillars of Digital India program was e-Kranti. E-Kranti states that transforming e-governance for transforming governance. A mission is to ensure a government-wide transformation by delivering all government services electronically to the citizens through integrated and interoperable systems via multiple modes, while ensuring efficiency, transparency, reliability of such services at affordable cost. So these are the 3 major vision areas of e-Kranti. Infrastructure as a utility to every citizen.
We need to change the slide. We can just see the that second slide only.
Ma'am, has the slide changed? I'm so sorry.
No, it is
No, ma'am.
still showing the second slide. Yeah, now we can.
So I was talking about three vision areas of e-Kranti. So firstly, it was e-infrastructure as a basic utility to the government and citizens of India. Good infrastructure is the basic right for all the citizens, and it is the first step in making e-services available to all. This comprises of cloud, mobile platforms, geospatial information systems, software-defined networks, and big data analytics. The second one is governance and services on demand. Omnipresent governance and services on demand is the basic idea. Then comes digital empowerment for citizens. It includes the ability to confidently participate in the digital world and reach its desired goal when citizens can voluntarily, proactively, and creatively use the existing knowledge as well as build on it, focusing on digital literacy, digital resources, and collaborative and digital platforms. So here there's a survey by United Nations e-governance, and 193 countries have participated in this, and it shows that India was on 118th rank in 2014, and it has reached to 100th rank in 2020.
Okay. Yes, Pallavi, please move on to conclusion part because
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Definitely.
The major findings that you can highlight.
Right. What are your major findings? Can you show the major findings of your paper?
Sure, sir. The initiatives taken by the government to digitally empower the citizens of India. Mission Mode projects is an individual project with the national e-governance.
Pallavi, your slides are not changing.
It has got stuck actually.
Yeah, no. Yeah, now you're on it.
Okay, thank you so much,
please.
sir. Yeah, a Mission Mode project, MMP, is an individual project within the National E-Governance Plan that focuses on one step of electronic governance, such as banking, land records, or commercial taxes. These include in banking, insurance, income taxes, excise department, post office, pension, passports, and so on, agriculture, e-panchayat. Yeah, sir. So the few important schemes were Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, which aims at providing basic banking amenities, providing accounts, debit cards, accidental insurance to people, direct benefit transfers, JAM Trinity, which is Jan Dhan Aadhaar Mobility Trinity, a game-changing reform that will allow transfer of benefits in a targeted, leakage-proof and cashless manner, smart cities, digilockers, and e-sign framework. To conclude, I would like to state some facts which say that yeah. So there are around 456 million Jan Dhan Yojana beneficiaries till 2015. There are around 127 million citizens enrolled in the Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima, around 22.98 trillion direct benefit transfers since 2015. There are around 1 million gram panchayats are there to which optical fibers are connected. Around 359 million loans have been sanctioned under Mudra Yojana. There are 9,500 schools covered under Atal Tinkering Labs. There is no unelectrified village in our country. Lastly, I would like to say that these are just the numbers. Government is doing their very best to empower the citizen of India but digitalization is just a tool. Empowering is different from inclusion. Inclusion simply is an access to smartphones, tablets, laptops, internet connection. Empowering, on the other hand, has an essential element of agency. Without this, the citizens cannot be called a digitally empowered citizens. Thank you so much for patient listening. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. Well presented, Pallavi, but that your paper actually is focusing on the various schemes, initiatives that have been taken up by Government of India, right, to create a digitally empowered India. That is all fine. That's good. That it's quite informative. But when it comes to your suggestion or your contribution, is there anything that you are also recommending to strengthen this initiative of Government of India?
Ma'am, I would like to say that, as I said in my last slide, that inclusion, we are working upon inclusion, and the government can only include and give the facilities. It is we, the people of India, who can try and get benefit from them. We can learn things. And as I said, that inclusion can not only work, it is the agency, it is us who have to. Still, there are so many, frauds, and people still don't feel very comfortable using digital things. Like, ma'am, for an example, I would like to say that, like 1 month back, my husband asked that, let's go to a shop and ask for our child birth certificate we wanted to make. And it is very simple. That's everything is present today. Nowadays, all the departments and all the functionings are there on the net. But still, we are reaching out to that old method. A little bit of going beyond our comfort level and trying and using them. We are very educated people, but still we feel we can give 1,000 rupees and we can get the things done, and not try and do them ourselves. And we are like a very small population of our country. So there are huge population that is not that much literate. So for them to accept it and start using these facilities is a big challenge.
Yeah, good. That if you are like giving these kind of suggestion in your paper, I would further like recommend you that you must make your suggestion pinpointed and how they can be practically implemented.
Thank you so much for your suggestion, ma'am. I'll definitely make
Thank you.
a better thing.
Yes, we can proceed to the next presenter.
Please share your slide. Miss Ruby Bhushan.
Good afternoon,
Miss Ruby.
Sir.
I'm sharing.
Yeah, Ms. Ruby, please share your presentation.
Sir, this is visible. Sir, my screen is visible.
Not yet.
Hello.
No, it is not.
1 minute. Sir, visible?
No, ma'am.
Now, sir?
Not yet.
Sir, this visible?
Not yet.
Sir, can you wait 1 minute?
Probably we can call some other presenter.
Yeah.
Just to save on the time.
Okay.
Mr. Mahendra Kumar Sharma, are you here? Mr. Mahendra? Not here.
Shubham, call the next one.
Dr. Farina Sardar Khan.
Dr. Farina Sardar Khan, are you there?
So she's also not here, I think. So next one.
If you are ready with your presentation, probably you can share now. Are you there, Ms. Ruby?
Ruby, are you there? Are you ready with your presentation? Shubham,
Yes, sir.
let's check who is available because we are already running out of time and
Miss Syed Nosiba Rashid.
yeah, she's
Yes,
well.
good afternoon, everyone. This is Syed Nusaba Rashid, research scholar from Integral University, and I'm going to share my screen. My topic is yes, is the screen visible, everyone?
Yeah.
In slideshow mode, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Put it in on slideshow mode.
Yes, sir. My
Yeah,
topic is e-banking services, features, challenges, and benefits. And this is the abstract. Today, actually, e-banking, after the globalization, it has become very important, and now everything is going online. So even the banking sector has also become globally, and it has started doing all the activities online only for the customer satisfaction. So in this research paper, we are going to study the impact of e-banking variables on customer satisfaction in India. And for that, 5 service quality dimensions, that is reliability, responsiveness, assurance, tangibles, and empathy. This 5 service quality dimension is being taken. Okay, so with the research design of the study is quantitative in nature. So we will see the introduction first. First of all, what is electronic banking? I don't need to go in very deep for this. Electronic banking means after globalization, everything is being done electronically. It refers to numerous style of offering which has been done by the bank for the clients for their who request a statistic and execute transaction, where all the transactions are done through telephone, virtual television, laptop, or cell phone for their convenience, for their support. Okay, now they don't have to go to the banks and stand in a queue for doing the transaction, sitting at home at their home only. They can do any of the transaction, and 24/7 the banks are available now. So electronic banking especially means doing all the banking transactions online only. These are the various literature reviews which have been done in 2018, where the author has been given the purpose. So these are the various literature review which has been done regarding the topic in 2018, 2020, 2014. Okay, so we'll first see the research questions. This study is basically trying to find out the answer that what are the chief service quality dimensions in determining satisfaction of e-banking customers in India. Next is what is the relative weightage of dimensions of service quality model in determining satisfaction of e-banking customers in India. So for that, the research methodology which has been used for the study, it focuses on the dimensions of service quality. And that is the circle model which influenced the customer satisfaction toward electronic banking in India, which consists of reliability, responsiveness, assurance, tangible, and empathy. These are the 5 factors which leads to customer satisfaction. Now, what is cervical model? It's been used for measuring service quality on the basis of study on 4 service sectors, that is retail banking, credit card services, repair and maintenance of electrical appliances, and long distance telephone services. And the dimension which have been taken in the cervical model is reliability, capability to deliver services, responsiveness means quick delivery of services to the customers, assurance, knowledge, and tangible outlook for physical equipment, empathy, providing customer care with individualistic approach. These are the various dimensions which has been considered in the research study. Research hypothesis is first is reliability has significant effect on customer satisfaction. Next is responsiveness, which has significant effect on customer satisfaction. Assurance has significant effect on customer satisfaction. And tangibles have significant effect on customer satisfaction. So these are the hypotheses which has been considered for the research study. Now for sampling and data collection process, the study is an explanatory research which focuses on an effort to connect ideas to relationship. This research is basically based on primary data for analyzing the quantitative research methods. Customers of different banks in India have been considered for seeing the e-banking facility and for the impact of that on the customer satisfaction. The respondents have been selected through non-probability sampling method. The statistical analysis methodology which has been used by the researcher is correlation and multiple regression model, which will be applied to determine the significance level of the variables for the customer satisfaction in e-banking as well as cervical model, and the basic regression equation for the model will be this. Conclusion and discussion. From the statistical analysis, it has been observed that customers are fairly satisfied with the e-banking services in India. Major finding of the study include there is a relationship of all each independent variable on the dependent variable. When all service quality dimension taken as a predictor of customer satisfaction, reliability has produced the most significant result, followed by responsiveness. And it has been concluded in the study that those organizations who will consistently endow with convincing, comprehensible, and responsive online service experiences will be the front runners in the online market survey. The finding also lead us to conclude that in India, people evaluate e-banking service quality majorly on 3 key dimensions out of 5 of the cervical model: responsiveness, reliability, and assurance. These are the references. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Syed Nusida. This study you have conducted from the basically customer from the private banking sector or from the
We
public
have
sector?
considered the from both private banks and public bank customers.
Okay.
So was there any difference? Did you try to compare the findings of the study in terms of public sector bank customers and private banks customers?
So, ma'am, public banks sectors customers, they are not that much satisfied as compared to the private sector banks.
Okay. So
After the study, I have concluded that the private sector banks customer, they are more satisfied with the services provided by the banks as compared to the public sector bank, and the e-banking services which have been provided by the private sector banks, that are more efficient in comparison to the public sector banks.
Okay, nice study. In fact, you have very well defined the objectives and the research questions of your study. The only recommendation that I would like to give you here is that maybe you need to work a little more on the LR part. The literature review part need to be strengthened a little more, because I could see that a lot of researchers that you have cited are very old. So maybe the recent one need to be included to strengthen the whatever findings you are trying to maybe come up in your paper. Otherwise, the questions and the objectives and the methodology part is good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, Professor Seth.
Yeah, good evening, Professor Rohit.
I'm Rohit Kushwaha, and I've just been listening and observing. So I think the session is going fine. Has the scholar left? Because I had a query when I saw her findings.
She's still there.
Yes, sir.
You have said that tangibles do not have a strong connect. Can you expand on that, please?
So in comparison, if we are comparing all the 5 dimensions which we have taken, reliability, responsiveness, tangible.
I know, sir.
In comparison to that, if we see, so reliability, responsiveness, and assurance, that are the main things which are affecting the customer satisfaction. And tangibles, it is less effective as compared to the other three. In the cervical model, we are focusing on the 5 things: responsiveness, reliability, assurance, tangible.
I'm
So
familiar with Sir Paul.
yes,
My
yes,
question, did you understand? When you say less, that is not definitive. That does not communicate clearly.
sir, actually it is effective, but in comparison to the other factors, it is less effective.
Is it significant? Is it not significant?
So it is not totally significant regarding the customer satisfaction, if we see.
All right. Chali, take care. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so should we move on to next one?
Yes, they are no three.
Yeah. Shubham, is Ruby, Miss Ruby Bhushan is ready with the presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am checking.
You can share your screen, Ruby.
हाँ मैम वो पता नहीं मैम शेयर ही नहीं हो रही है मैम मैं
We can see it now. We can see the dashboard. Not the slides.
Please open your presentation here. Your screen is visible. Probably you are using your mobile phone.
यस मैम यस मैम
You can, ma'am can see.
कहाँ पे अच्छा हाँ ये मैम विजिबल
Yes, put it on slideshow mode. Just click on the icon. Yes, this one.
हाँ सर विजिबल
Yes, please carry on now.
Myself Ruby Bhushan and my paper presentation topic is I study on issue and challenge of women empowerment in Uttar Pradesh. What is women empowerment? Women empowerment is the process of enhancing a woman or a group of women, individual or collective, political, social, educational, gender or economic power. Why it is important to empower women? Women make up 1/3 of the global workforce, half of the world population, and only 1/10 of global revenue. They also put in 2/3 of all working hours, yet own less than 1% of all global property. A slogan given by Government of India, Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, is just not a yojana. It is a message to society at large that we need to give them space in society, respect our social status, education, financial stability, and equal status. Females are treated as goddess Lakshmi in our country, and when it comes to make them financially stable, then gender-centric society take a back seat. Women play a very important and crucial role in the development of the society, which leads to the development of the country. Hence, we cannot ignore the importance of education in the empowerment of women. Women empowerment has received increased scholarly attention in last several decades as an avenue of enhancing mobility, health, economic condition, and participation in decision making by women. Women empowerment. How to empower women? Political empowerment, gender.
Miss Ruby, please come to the objective of your study.
सर सॉरी सर मैंने इसमें पीपीटी में ऑब्जेक्टिव्स नहीं ऐड करी मैंने.
Okay. So what are the major finding of your study?
Major finding of my Sir, 1 second.
Maybe
Sir,
you can explain that what exactly you are trying to find out through this particular paper and what are your findings and suggestions.
sir, my 1 second. Objective. Objective of the study. The research will focus on the issue of financial inclusion among the population belong to a special sector of the society, and the study is also focusing women empowerment effort done by the government. To study the status of financial inclusion in Uttar Pradesh, to study the role of women empowerment in economic empowerment of women in Eastern Uttar Pradesh, to study the role of financial inclusion and social empowerment of women in Eastern Uttar Pradesh. So these are my objective of the study.
All right. So you can now talk about the findings.
Findings.
Your findings and your suggestions.
एक्चुअली मैम मैं फर्स्ट टाइम प्रेजेंटेशन मतलब मेरे पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन तो मैंने कुछ ऐड नहीं करा है सॉरी मैम आई एम स्टिल रिसर्च मैम
Okay, so
is it a working paper? Is it a working paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can elaborate on these, like the suggestions.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Ruby, just conclude what are your major learnings from this work?
Major learning. One minute. ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ द स्टडी तो सर मैंने आपको बता दिया है
Not the objective that would you like to conclude, and what are some of the learning from this particular research that you are doing?
Conclusion. It has also attracted the attention of academia and researchers. There have been a number of studies highlighting the significance of financial inclusion in the overall economic development of a country. Financial inclusion focus on the poor who don't enjoy the formal financial institution support to get them out of the clutches of local money lenders. सर मेरा जो टॉपिक एक्चुअली मेरा जो सिनॉप्सिस का टॉपिक है वो फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन एंड वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट इन ईस्टर्न उत्तर प्रदेश तो मैंने दोनों को मतलब ऐड किया हुआ है
Okay, it's fine. Then next time, whenever you're going for the any paper presentation, make it very precise. Focus on the objective of the study and finding of the study. Okay. So this is I guess this is the takeaway for you from this conference. So thank you, Ms. Ruby. Professor Manisha, would you like to add anything? Any suggestion?
It's okay that she's saying that it's a working paper. Probably she need to be more clear about the objective, the problems that you are trying to address through your research, and also the methodology that you are using and the major suggestions that you would like to do. So maybe you can work further on it.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
All the best.
Thank you.
Yes, Shubham, please invite the next one.
Next presenter is Ms. Neha Agnihotri.
Neha. Yeah, please.
Ms. Neha.
Maybe you can unshare your screen. Yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Neha, please share your presentation. Ms. Neha, unmute yourself and share your presentation, please.
Sir, I'm trying to do, but the other participants.
No, now you can. Now you can. She has already unshared.
Is it visible now, sir?
Yeah, I guess it's about to start.
I'll put it on the slideshow.
Visible.
Yeah, put. Yeah, Neha, put it on slideshow mode.
I'm trying to put it, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Good evening, panel. Good evening, Professor Manisha Seth, ma'am. The topic for today's conference I'm Neha Agnihotri from SRMU, the research scholar, and I'm doing it under the guidance of Professor Dr. Ajay Prakash. The topic is investment convenience and perception about investment in mutual funds for the investors through available digital platforms in Indian mutual fund industry. The sub-theme is under the empowering citizens through e-banking, direct benefit transfer, literacy, other related government initiative. Here, the major role is being played by SEBI, which is the regulator for the capital markets, under which comes the MFI, which is the regulator for mutual funds of India. So what they have done is basically they have introduced many platforms for the investors, for the distributors, to increase the Indian mutual fund industry's AUM, which is called asset under management, because the industry in Indian sphere is since 1963, since the advent of UTI, but the major growth, what we can see, the rise of the phoenix, that the upsurge in Indian mutual fund industry took place basically in the two phases, which we can say, that is pre and post demonetization, where the financialization of maximum money took place in the accounts, and which was rooted into various saving schemes, including mutual fund schemes. And second came, which was a bit forced, but yes, pre and post of COVID. So first, I have just enlisted the 6 major platforms which SEBI has introduced, because in 2015, in June 15th, the SEBI chairperson, Dr. UK Sinha, introduced the digitalization in mutual funds as the major segment and thrust for this industry. So these platforms were being entrusted by Dr. Sinha, and first was their were the banker channels. Like we have many banks in the country, so all the banks have introduced their own banker channels from where they can invest the mutual funds for their investors. Second was for the direct investors, various apps, like now we can see Zerodha, Grow app, Paytm, Flipkart, and various applications from the mutual fund side also, as well as from the distributor side also are there. Third was for the distributors. Fourth was for the applications of robo advisories like Kuvera, and various other robo platforms which are coming up, fintech companies which are coming up with small sized mutual fund ticket size. Fifth was the application softwares of BSE and NSE, and 6 major platforms which were launched by SEBI. So which out of those 5 which SEBI launched was BSE Star MF, NSE MFSS, MFU, which is mutual fund utility platform, which is a collaboration between SEBI, MFI, and Carvi and CAMS, which are the RNT, which was relaunched. Firstly, it was launched in 2016 only, but it didn't had much of the acceptance, and it was relaunched in 2020 post COVID in July. After a lot, I'm sorry, there is a spelling mistake, lost likh diya hai. Wahan pe a lot of upgradation was taken care, and various financial transaction as well as the non-financial transactions were added into MFU. Though still the usage for this is 1% only. The major 85% usage comes from the BSE Star MF platform in the direct segment, in the digital platform segment. So which I have mentioned that because in this BSE Star MF platform which was launched, hello?
Yes, yes, please.
You are
Continue.
audible.
You are audible.
I'm audible. So which was launched, it only had a cost of 2,000 rupees. So 85% distributor, the mutual fund agents, were onboarded on BSE, which is again the government I think, is it visible? There's some problem.
Yeah, it's visible. Yes, Miss Neha, please continue.
I think she got disconnected.
Yeah.
Computers to be onboarded.
Shubham,
On basis RMF and NSC and MFU also.
I guess she's having some network issues.
Yes.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, but your
But
presentation
the
is not visible.
presentation is not being. Just a second, sir. Is it fine, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yes.
Thank God. So MFU platform, which is the collaboration of MFI and R&T, is being majorly used by RIA, which is the new segment, which is called as Registered Investment Advisory, which is the now future of the mutual fund industry, because going forward there will be a lot of direct investment which will take place. Again, the percentage has increased to 15%, and going forward we'll be having whatever advisory will be coming through the agents or the other distributor, it will be through the RIA platform. I have also mentioned that now, again, BSE Star MF platform and the NSE Star MF platform has also introduced direct investor, portfolio services called as BSE Star Mutual Fund Plus and NSE Star Mutual Fund Plus. They are all government initiatives only. And, only they are now charging ₹1 per month per client for the portfolio management services, which are free of cost. So for the earlier, these were the distributor platform for the investor sites, MyCams, KFintech, Zerodha, Grow App, Money Bazaar, which we can see. These are there.
Yeah, Neha, please
coming up.
come
I'm
to,
coming to the analysis part also, sir.
Yes. Please wind up quickly because we are already getting late.
So I won't, sir, emphasize much on the coming future of Indian mutual fund industry, because we are knowing that there is a lot of
Yeah. Please move on to your findings part.
I have conducted a market research wherein I have tried to take 100 sample size from the investors of banking only, wherein I have used the investors of SBI, HDFC, Axis, Yes Bank, etc. Those who are investing through their application based, and the questionnaire has been designed for their people above 18 has been taken up. Basically, this journal is based mainly on primary data, and secondary data is only being used for references purposes. So the sampling procedure is
Please come to
is
the
random only, and the objective of the research is to find out the preference of the investors for asset management of the company and various platforms they are using, to know the preferences of the portfolios they are getting it, to know why one has invested in SBI mutual fund. I have taken as a case study only majorly SBI mutual fund, because it was easy for me to find out what is the must preference channel for them, and to find out investors' interest regarding SBI mutual fund, and to analyze a comparative study between other leading mutual funds which are present in the market. The scope of the study is limited because the research is only carried in Lucknow city, and I have visited various SBI branches, Yes Bank branches, HDFC Bank branches, to interact with the investor and to get the questionnaire filled. So time limitation was
Neha. Yes, it's okay, Neha. Please come to the findings.
Okay. The findings are, according to my survey in Lucknow, maximum number of investors falls in this age group of 30 to 40 years. And according to them, they were investing out of the entire deposit book size of in their bank, only 60% respondent invested in the mutual funds. Mostly respondents preferred high return, while the investment was the criteria. So while investing in mutual funds is the only criteria they were taking is whether they are getting high returns or not. Only 60% had invested in mutual funds. Most of the investors did not invest in SBI mutual fund because of the unawareness of SBI mutual fund. So in fact, the second most due to agents' advice also, and to less of the return. So whenever they were going through the state bank branches, they considered it as a part of a state bank scheme only. So the investment which was being done by the bank platforms was being done in the thought process that it is a bank scheme only and not a mutual fund scheme. And whatever investment was being done through the agent, so that was the percentage was less because the commission was less what they shared in the SBI mutual fund schemes. So not much of the investment was being done. Out of 70 people, 43% preferred the lump sum investment, and equity was the most preferred, and the growth option was the most preferred. The study performed the historical data, and it will help the firstly to understand the reader to understand that which are the what strategies which will work for the mutual fund company, and whether which of the areas they should work in the digital platform, wherein they can empower or educate the investor to understand whether these platforms are explaining it to their investor or not, that whether these are mutual fund schemes or not. And a market research was also given to the actual investors, whether the
Okay.
rights will
Neha, thank you.
take place
Thank
or
Neha,
not.
thank you.
So with this,
A
I
very
will
quick,
sum up.
Neha,
Sir.
just okay. Thank you. But just quick observation that you started from the investment convenience, but in your finding and the finding and conclusion, I couldn't find any finding based upon the convenience, which is the most preferred platform and why. So I hope in the coming conferences or research paper, you will keep this in mind. Whatever the objective you have taken, your findings should be based upon the same, right? So thank you, Neha.
Is it a working paper? You are still working on it, or you have completed
It's
this?
a working paper, though it's a working paper, and though I have submitted it to MIT, but I'll make few corrections I've taken from whatever Dr. Amisena sir
There is
has
a
given.
need for proper alignment
I will
between
align it
objectives and
according
findings.
to my objectives, because I
Right.
have not used much of those high stats tools. I've only used the mean, median, modes and all, the basic
That is good enough
statistics.
so far as it is serving the purpose. That is
Yeah.
also good.
So it's working. I think I'll do it, whatever TAT the MIT University allows me. I will just align the conclusion and the findings along with the objectives.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well
Thank you for
presented.
patient hearing. Thanks a lot. Ma'am, any other
Yeah.
observation which I need to include?
Probably, I think that was the main thing, because the topic was very interesting when you started talking about the objectives, but somehow that findings are not aligned with the objectives. So probably if you can work on the objectives that you had highlighted in your study, that what is the perception of customers when it comes to different platform, technology platform, and what they would prefer to use, what they find as convenient to use.
Okay. Okay. Sure, ma'am. I will align real. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Neha.
Thank
Kindly
you,
and
sir.
share
Thank
your
you.
screen.
Thank you, Thank you, University.
Next presenter is
Shubham.
Ms. Harshita Srivastava.
Harshita, sir. Harshita, very quickly you speak about your topic, your objective, and your methodology and your findings, right? So rather than giving the background and all the theory, you come to the purpose of your research.
Give a
Right?
very crisp presentation and
Yeah.
to the point.
Yeah.
So my slides are visible. So a very good afternoon. Okay, ma'am. So a very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Harshita Shwasthav, and I'm a research scholar of Amity University, Lucknow. I'm conducting my research under the guidance of Dr. Sanam. My topic is convergence between artificial intelligence and behavioral finance. So firstly, what is behavioral finance? Behavioral finance is the study of psychology of investors and the financial market. Artificial intelligence referred to the simulation of human intelligence in machines. The objective of my study is the first to find the impact of application of artificial intelligence on behavioral finance. Second, to measure future impact of interaction between artificial intelligence and behavioral finance. On the basis of literature review, I find the research gap that a number of studies has been undertaken in the area of behavioral finance. However, research undertaking the application of artificial intelligence on behavioral finance is less in number. My research methodology is, my research is descriptive based research and it is based on secondary data. I have adopted a systematic literature review for my research. So on the basis of systematic literature review, I have concluded the following conclusions. The first one is, the result shows a positive relationship between respondents' opinion about need of AI in consumer investing behavior and demographics of respondents. Result shows that the male have more positive opinion about need of AI in customer investing behavior. Third, the result shows that young respondents are more aware about artificial intelligence than elder respondents. Last is, there's a need to spread more awareness about users of AI in investing behavior assistance. The implication of my research is, with the use of artificial intelligence in behavioral finance, the outcome will be more accurate, as with the use of machines, the psychological biasness can be reduced and the accuracy will be increased. Thank you.
Okay, Harshita, very quick observation for you. You said in the beginning your study is based on the secondary data, and thereafter
Yes.
you spoken about the respondents. So these two contradictory things.
So on the basis of literature review, I've just concluded the findings.
Okay, so this is a review paper.
Yes, sir.
Okay, not a research paper. It is a review paper, right?
You have not collected the primary data. Is it based on just the secondary data?
Yes, ma'am, on the secondary data, and I've overall
LR.
concluded the conclusion on the basis of secondary data only. On the findings of the primary data, I've concluded my
So are you working on that also? That the primary
Yes,
data
ma'am.
are you collecting? The process
Yes,
of
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm working on the primary data for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Essentially, Harshita. Next one is Ms. Pooja Kumari.
Yes, Pooja, quickly share your presentation.
A very warm good evening to respected all present here. Sir, am I visible?
Yeah, you are visible, but your presentation now.
Sir, just wait.
Yeah, put it on slideshow mode.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Uh, I'm not getting it.
Yeah, Pooja, put it
Sir,
on slideshow mode.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, actually, sir, am I visible?
Okay, can you have online there? Yes, it's visible. Okay, continuing.
Sir, actually, due to network constant, I'm not able to do it on slide share mode.
Okay, okay, you continue.
So the topic is security of cryptocurrency. Introduction. Cryptocurrency emerged from the shadow of doubts and uncertainty to the top rank of mainstream popularity in recent times. Every discussion on innovation and development in finance and technology focuses on cryptocurrencies. As compared to a dozen cryptocurrencies in the initial year, there are more than 7,500 cryptocurrencies today. However, the buzz around the evolving crypto ecosystem has also created concern regarding cryptocurrency security and ways to resolve the same. Cryptocurrencies are a type of digital currency decentralized and not controlled by any government. The history of cryptocurrency can be traced back to the 1980s when they are called cyber currencies. This coin started gaining popularity in 2008 with the introduction of Bitcoins, which was created by an anonymous programmer or group of programmers under the name Satoshi Nakamoto. Since the launch of Bitcoin 2009, cryptocurrencies have been all the rage. Over the past few years, their popularity has only grown with more and more people investing in them. The growing popularity of cryptocurrency has also fostered opportunity for malicious agents to compromise crypto assets in your possession. Cyber criminals are launching phishing attacks and identity theft attacks to tap into the vulnerability associated with them. Therefore, it is important to identify the prominent
नहीं अभी
cryptocurrency
से started नहीं
security
होगा.
issues and best practices for dealing with them.
Okay.
Conclusion. With the
ठीक है.
growing popularity of cryptocurrency, crypto exchanges have become soft spots for malicious attentions. In the year 2018, a Japanese crypto exchange had to face the brunt of major hacking attacks. Therefore, crypto exchanges have to implement considerably sophisticated measures for resolving the risk. Cyber attacks are slowly evolving and hackers are trying new tricks for attacking crypto exchanges. In addition, cryptocurrency security concerns are serious as the amount of crypto theft from exchanges have been growing year by year. Sir, actually, I'm still working on this paper, so major finding and suggestion is still work in progress.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Shubham, invite the next one, please.
The next speaker is Mr. Indrajit Vijayvargiya.
Indrajit, quickly share your presentation and be quick, be precise. Indrajit, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Please quickly share your presentation, Indrajit.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. ठीक मैम अब अरे इंद्रजीत, are you ready with your presentation? Shubham, invite the next one.
Next presenter is Ms. Aditi Singh.
Aditi, I guess she's not here.
I think she is not here. Next one is Ms. Harsheen Kaur.
Harsheen, are you there?
Her PPT is with me.
Yes, sir, I am here.
I will be sharing her presentation.
Aja, quickly share this.
Okay, sir.
Harsheen,
Yes, sir.
switch on your camera.
Sir, actually, I'm facing some connectivity issue. That's why.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Shubham, quickly share a presentation because it's already
Slide is visible, sir.
No, it is not visible, Shubham. Still, it is not visible.
Shubham,
Yes, sir.
quickly share this.
Just wait a minute, sir. I'm sharing again. Is it visible now?
Yes. Yeah, it's visible now.
It's visible.
Good evening, one and all present here. My name is Harsheen Kaur, and the title for today's national conference is Impact of Surveillance on Employee Psychological Well-being, a study on banking sector. Next slide, Shubham. Shubham, you can go to the next slide.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, we will talk about surveillance. Surveillance is the monitoring of behavior, many activities or information for the purpose of information gathering, influencing, managing, and directing. This can include observation from a distance by means electronic equipment such as CCTV, email checking, telephone tracking, and the other surveillance devices. Now, the psychological effect of surveillance in the modern world, excessive surveillance at workplace had adverse effect on employees such as increased stress, loss of identity, and the emergence of privacy issue. We can say that because of the surveillance, some or the other employee is facing the privacy issue and stress issue. The next slide. This is my literature review, which states that. Am I audible?
Yes. Bit and
The
pieces.
stress faced by the employees is overgrowing. Therefore, the banking sector adopts new strategies for maintaining a good and physical and mental condition to improve employees' productivity. The next slide. Shubham, you can move to the next slide. The next one. Next. You can go to the objective part. The objective of my study is to study the benefit of surveillance in the banking sector and to analyze the effect of surveillance on the employee's psychological well-being in the context of the banking sector. Research methodology. This research incorporates both the qualitative and quantitative method of the study. The sample size is 74. The research is conducted based on the sample size of respondent. The sample technique used is non-probability convenience sampling. The primary and both secondary data is used in this research. The psychological well-being index given by Dupuque is used for the same. Also, the open-ended questions were asked to the employees through the personal interview. The secondary data is collected through the articles and research paper published in the reputed, peer-reviewed and journals and ebooks. Further, Excel and SPSS is used for the analysis part. Finding of the study in the bank, most video and camera surveillance is used to monitor employees. Banking employees are aware of monitoring, and mail checking is also being done by the organization to monitor employee work. We learned that electronic monitoring helps increase an employee's efficiency. More than half of the employee feels that monitoring leads to frequent sickness and body disorder in many employees at the workplace. Employees believe that their computer uses get monitored by the organization. We observed that email checking and telephone tracking is being done in the banking sector. Conclusion of the study. According to the finding, most of the respondents feel that electronic monitoring is convenient and saves time. Hence, monitoring would be an excellent medium to use. Employees feel that surveillance affects their mental well-being. Monitoring like telephone tracking, mail checking, and video surveillance affects their performance and privacy. The study concluded that surveillance is an excellent medium to use if it does not affect the employee's mental health. It also mentioned that there should be some constant of monitoring employees and it affects their privacy and creativity. The study also reveals that because of the constant monitoring, the employee feels frequent sickness, body disorder at the workplace. These are some references I have used in my paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Hashin.
Thank
Any
you, Harsh.
suggestions, Professor Manushi?
Yeah, it was a good presentation and a very apt topic that you have taken up. But somehow I feel that the focus need to be more on, because the findings that you have shared looks little contradictory to me, in the sense that on one hand you are saying that employees find it useful, convenient, and it enhances their efficiency. On the other hand, you are saying that it is leading to some kind of mental problems and sickness also, and intrusion in privacy of the employees also. So maybe a little more clarity is needed when it comes to highlighting the major findings of your study.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to work on it.
Okay, Shubham, is Indrajit ready with presentation or because
Sir, he is ready, but he is facing some kind of problem. So I'll be sharing his PPT also.
okay, okay. So
So
could you
just
share
give me
it?
1 minute, sir.
Okay, last.
Hello,
Yes,
am I audible, sir?
you are audible. Shubham, could you share his presentation?
Sir, sharing. I'll be sharing.
Sir, I am sharing my screen. Sir, is it visible?
रामिया अभी दिख तो नहीं रही.
No, now not. It is not visible.
It's not visible.
Shubham,
You are.
please share it.
I'm sharing. I'm sharing.
Shubham, you share it and
I'm sharing.
follow the sequence.
Auto flight visible.
You minimize this screen, downloads folder, you minimize this, then it will be visible.
Okay, sir.
First open the file and then minimize this folder. Now it is visible. Shall I start?
Yes, please go ahead and talk about the objective and the major findings of your study, right? Give a crisp and short presentation.
A very good evening to the panelists. My name is Indrajit and I am a research scholar here in the Amity University. And my topic for my presentation is e-governance and impetus for financial inclusion in the Indian commercial banks. Talking about the financial inclusion, please move ahead. Shubham, next slide. Financial inclusion is described as the method of offering banking and financial solutions and services to every individual in the society without any form of discrimination. Move ahead. These are the objectives of financial inclusion. It intends to help people secure financial services and products at economical prices, such as deposits, fund transfer services, loans, insurance, payment services, etc. Financial inclusion aims to build and maintain financial sustainability so that the less fortunate people have a certainty of funds which they struggle to have. Moving on to the objectives of my study, please move ahead to the objectives. To find the e-governance initiatives adopted by the Indian commercial banks. Second objective is to examine the role of e-governance practices in encouraging the financial inclusion. And third is to analyze the current status of financial inclusion of commercial banks after e-governance initiatives. Talking about the methodology, the paper is descriptive and is based on secondary data. The researchers deployed the narrative literature review technique to assess the existing literature on e-governance and the annual reports of the Indian commercial banks for gaining deeper insight on the extent of e-governance initiatives taken up by the Indian commercial banks. Talking about the literature review, this has been done. Move ahead. These are the findings. These are various initiatives that are being carried on by the banks. First is the Bhavishya portal. This department, along with the attached subordinate offices, have started the pension cases through the Bhavishya portal. Second is BHIM. We already know about this, the Bharat Interface for Money, and it is an app that makes payment transactions very simple using the UPI interface. Third is about the Aadhaar enabled payment system. It is a bank led model which allows online interoperable financial inclusion transactions at point of sales through the business correspondent of any bank using the Aadhaar authentication. Third is the eKYC, where we often go through this process. It is the process of electronically verifying the customer's credentials. This is mandatory for everyone to avail of the services from any financial institution. And the flagship program of the government of India, that is Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. And under this, 45.72 crore beneficiaries have banked so far. And this shows that the government is working towards the financial inclusion. Move ahead. The e-governance for financial inclusion. See, e-governance, how it can help. It would also lead to empowering individuals with financial literacy and knowledge. Tailored services and products could be offered, and most important, technology could be used to approach the remote area. Second is better governance not only ensures people to access banking, but also make sure to access the right channel, bypassing the intermediaries and unauthorized firms charging with high interest rates leading to long-term debts. And at one hand, e-governance offers a free hand to banks and other financial institutions to leverage technology. It makes sure that cost of it never shoots up and people in the geographically dispersed area could avail it. Move ahead. Last is the current status of financial inclusion. See, despite this large scale impact, there remains a significant group which needs to be covered. India still has the second largest unbanked population in the world. According to a recent report by RBI, on a scale of 100, India's financial inclusion index in 2021 stood at 53.9. Means a significant portion of our country remains outside the realm of digital finance and financial inclusion and relies on informal sources of credit. Significant strides are being taken to digitize the credit ecosystem, and taking advantage of the Indian stack, quite a few microfinance institutions, small finance banks, and commercial banks have digitized the process of loan disbursements. The collection process is also being strengthened using digital technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Indrajit. I guess Shubham, do we have Mr. Gupta Ali?
Mr. Gupta Ali?
I guess she's not here.
Ramya?
Ramya is also not here.
Ramya is also not here. Last one is
Okay.
Manjeet Kaur.
Manjeet will be presenting tomorrow. She had made a call. Okay.
That's also.
So, okay. Thank you, Shubham.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, concluding remarks from your side.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And first of all, I will congratulate all the participants for giving a presentation on variety of different topics. It was really nice to see that what kind of work these research scholars as well as the academic fraternity is doing in the area of e-governance. This topic is definitely a very pertinent one and very contemporary, and a lot of efforts are being done by both government as well as private sector in the area of e-governance in order to create a digitally empowered India. And the role of HR also becomes very important in such a situation, in such a scenario where probably they need to play a role of a change champion, because whenever the organization is embracing technology, convincing employee and probably motivating them to embrace technology and creating a path to embrace technology with ease is the role of HR. Definitely they need to play a crucial role when it comes to empowering people, whether it is creating awareness about the technology, whether it is motivating them or training and educating them about the technology, role of HR definitely becomes very important. And HR, along with the leaders within the organization, need to work hand in hand to create a successfully like empowered organization and digitally empowered country, India. Thank you very much for inviting me and for these presentations. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha. It was
Thank you.
wonderful watching you here and hold associations. Yes, you very well said that.
Thank you for inviting me. Yes.
Definitely, HR has a very important role in precisely managing things. And we do have a panel discussion tomorrow on the same topic, which we have framed as ramification of digital working, a double-edged sword. So where we will be able to see the pros and the cons of the digital side of working. So thank you once again, Manisha, and it was wonderful having you here. And thank you, Dr. Amit Sinha, sir, for holding this session. And I think it was the longest panel that both of you dealt with. So thank you once again. And, it was a pleasure seeing you here, both of you. And of course, you have added value to the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we look forward to the panel discussion, which is going to happen tomorrow.
Yes, so I'll share the same link. We will have the panel discussion at 3:30 tomorrow.
All right.
All right. And thank you. And thank you to all the participants who made their presentations and participated. Thank you very much. And we'll meet tomorrow.
Thank you, Professor Manisha. Thank you, Dr. Ajay.
So with this, we conclude today's day. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the participants for joining in. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll start with the technical sessions in the morning. Thank you.